Hello and welcome along. This is Virtual Farmer. Our rice is ready to harvest here on Hutan Pantai, so we're going to get cracking with that. We're going to start off with field 30 here. I'm really excited about this. This is going to be a massive harvest for us. We've got steering assist on. We're all good. It's detecting the field. So let's start up our harvester. Down with the header and straight into this today, because I just want to get all of this up as quickly as possible. We have so many fields to do now. We've got 5 fields across 4 lands to get done, and if we can get all of this harvested, it's going to make so many rice cakes. It's going to be brilliant. The other thing we've got is there's a lot of harvesting contracts kicking around. So I'm kind of hoping that we might be able to get those done today as well. I'm not setting the GPS on this headland because I think we'll miss stuff right on the edge. So I'm just going to run along the edge here myself. And hopefully we won't end up missing too much in the field as well. But this should be a really good harvest today. The fact that we're already sort of 12%, 13% full, that is looking to be very encouraging. I'm coming up to the end of my first headland, and wow, we're over a third full. So we're going to have a full harvester before we finish these headlands. Let's back this up slightly. And then we can start getting into the actual GPS tracks. And looks like, yeah, that's worked. We're not going to be missing anything on these headlands. So we're now into it. We've caught everything around the edge. And the harvest should go pretty smoothly from here on. I don't know, I think we might get couple of full tanks off here, which would be at least half a trailer. That is encouraging. If I can get more than that, that would be even better. I think we can take 25,000 liters of rice into our packing factory, and if we can fill that today, that is going to be worth so much money to us. I'm quite excited by this. This is by far the biggest rice harvest we've had so far on here. This is the first time we've harvested these new, or the new version of this field, plus the new field over the road as well. So we got a lot more rice kicking around. We've got all of our fields up to pretty much the best condition we can, so our yield should be pretty good as well. This is definitely the culmination of all of our rice farming that we've done on here so far. Just trying to get the best out of it, which should work pretty well. It's already, so we're already 75% full. We should empty on this headland, I think, and if we're doing that, then that should get us to should get us to a whole load of rice rolls. And we want to get those coming in and sold. Again, I don't think today we're going to hit another 50,000. We've been paying off 50,000 on our loan every day for the last few videos. And I don't think we're going to hit that today. We're doing too much on our own farm. My hope is that this rice harvest might be worth 100,000 to us, though. Which would not only pay for today's work, but would also pay for a second day's worth and double it up, so that we end up not actually missing out a day in our paying off of the loan. I think we've got about 350,000 to go, so there's still a way to go on that loan, but we are nicely moving forward to it, and I think we're gonna get there. We're looking in a fairly strong position at this point. We're coming up to a full tank now. We're at 99%. just got 11 liters to go. We should have access to our auger from here. So we'll get that out. There we are. So we'll start up our tractor and trailer and get that under the auger. That way we'll get this nicely emptied. So yeah, 4 full tanks off the harvester will fill our trailer. I don't know if we're going to get it off this field. We're certainly in a good position though. That is 2,000 liters and should be a quarter of the trailer filled. 24% filled. Yeah, it's roughly roughly a quarter of the trailer. I think the trailer actually does just over 8,000 liters. So that's why it's listing it as 24%. This is our last headland, I think. We'll double check that. Got one more headland? No, this is our last headland. Whoa. Let's not turn it into the crop. Sometimes with the maneuverability of this, you can get quite confused. Right, like that. And then we'll work our way across the field from this side, I think. Let's get that little bit sitting on the headland there. And then into that there. And we'll start working our way across the field, get the rest of this harvested, and see where we are. I think we're going to have at least half a trailer off this. As I said, if we can get 25,000 liters off all these fields, that would be huge. I've just noticed something, and I think it could be a massive problem. And for this, I need to look at the forecast. Between 3 and 5 this afternoon, we've got a tornado dropping. So we've got a few hours of really good weather, and then we've got a natural disaster that's going to hit. How am I going? Oh, God. The worst thing to happen would be for that to come and land here and take out a load of our rice harvest. I'm really going to have to be careful because, well, in fact, there's nothing I can do. We've got to get this up as quickly as possible now, because if that touches down here, it could cause us a massive issue. One thing that does get me about this harvester is it's very easy to oversteer if you're not careful. I've found at the ends of the rows that I'm almost missing my turn back in because I've got cruise control on, and I'm trying not to stop. I'm trying to just keep going. When we come to the end here, if I'm not careful, I end up oversteering really easily, and a little bit of panic sets in sometimes with that. But I'm getting better at it. As they say, practice makes perfect, and this is going smoother and smoother the further I get across the field. We are 90% full now, so we've almost got another full tank on the harvester. That means we are going to be over 50% full on the trailer by the end of this field. If we keep this kind of leveling yield up, I think 25,000 liters is very achievable on here. It could be, with our fields being roughly the same sizes, it could be that we end up with maybe, I'm thinking we're, oh wow, it actually might be slightly under that. So I'm kind of hoping it's all going to work out for us. We are now full, so we'll get the auger out, and I think the auger's going to go over the crop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn around, we'll line ourselves up to go and get that little bit that I missed, and we'll go and grab the tractor and trailer. So this gets us up to 4,000 liters. I don't think we'll hit 6 by the end of this field. We should hit 5 though. I see no reason why we won't hit 5,000 liters by the end of this field. That would be a good result, I think. That would suggest that we're going to get about 20,000 liters if that was to happen. So that's a little bit below what I'd hoped. Whoa. Oh. Burst it out. Yep, I have driven over all of that. So yeah, that's a little bit lower than I had hoped, I think, but we'll see where it takes us. We've got a pretty good yield off here. I think we're getting like an 90% boost, roughly. So that's not bad at all. I think that means we're going to need to put some lime on here this year as well. So if we need to lime this field, we'll lime everything. I'm on the final 2 rows and we've got well over 1,000 litres here. This is a really, really good result of this field. That's over 5,000 litres, well over 5,000 litres off this field. That means that we should end up with at least 20,000 litres. If we can get, well, it'd be nice to get another 1,000 litres off this. But I don't think we're going to get there. We should be over 1,500 litres though, and that bodes well. 5,500 is getting closer and closer to that magic 25,000 litre target. Yeah, we are going to be 1,350 litres, just over that. Okay, so auger out. We'll get this over there and emptied. I think I might still have care wheels on this tractor. I've just not really looked at changing them, which is a little bit odd. But we'll pull this under here, empty this out, and see what we've got off that first field. 5,353 litres. That is a decent amount off that first field. Very happy with that. So we'll get in on this and we'll get started on the next one. We should then have a full trailer the next time we go to load this. So down, on, and let's get these headlands done. Again, not going to use the GPS on the headland because I want to be slightly further out to make sure we capture everything. It is a little bit funny like that on some of these rice paddies. You want to just activate it for a moment just to get it marked as used. Yeah, we'll do the same on the next one. Go in with that, do a little bit of harvest, disengage it, and hopefully it should then mark it as used. No, it's not. I think we can't go a little bit further than that. There we go, that should do it. And yeah, we'll see where we are on here. Already, we are almost 10% full on this headland. Last little bit of this headland, and that is all of the headlands done. Just under 1,000 litres off those. So here's hoping the rest of the field holds quite a nice bit more, and we'll be able to get over 1,000 litres if we can. Sorry, over 2,000 litres. If we can get over 2,000 litres off here, that is going to bode very, very well for us. If we could fill the trailer from this top field, that would be brilliant. We would be we'd be well on track actually. Well, no, that would be, yeah, we'd still be on track for like 20,000 litres off this today. A little bit shy of my ultimate target, but we'll see how this goes. I would really, really like to hit that 25,000 litre target today. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, but we need to see how we can actually get to that, because we really want to be hitting that kind of levels of rice off here. Coming up to the end of the field, and we're only 84% full at the moment. We're not gonna get a full harvester off this field. That's a little bit disappointing. I was really, really hoping that we might get a full harvester off here, but no, we are 85% full. So let's get the auger out for that. bring our tractor and trailer down and get this emptied. This will take us up to probably about 90% full, I think, in this trailer. But judging by that, we will fill the trailer off the next field. Yeah, 88% full. Wow. So yeah, that's a little bit disappointing to not quite be there yet. One more field though, that should give us a full trailer, and the possibility of hitting 25,000 liters today, that is swiftly fading. We are looking pretty good on this lower part of field 31 though. We are already over a quarter full. We're actually up to 27% full, so we'll get a full tank off here probably not long after we get the headlands finished, which is absolutely fantastic. In fact, I think we'll probably empty when we complete the headlands, simply because that should give us a full trailer at that point. We'll then maybe get a full another full harvester off of the field itself, or the main body of the field itself. If we manage to do that, that would be a good 4,000 liters off this field. That is fantastic news. We are not yet. Yeah, we'll be about halfway full off the end of this field, and if we can be at, we won't quite be at 12,000 liters at that point. We should be though at least at 10,000 liters at that point. And that would make the difference. That would get us very close to where we want to be. I am on the wrong row, I think. Nope, I'm not. We're just a little bit further in than I want to be to get all of the crop here. There we go. We've still got damage from the hail in the middle of this field, and I think I need to get that plowed. I think you have to create fields on it from what I've seen. So that's why we've still got those patches in this field, despite the fact that we've not had any hail on here this year. Tornado is going to do a similar kind of level of damage, actually, across wherever it touches down. So we've got to watch out for that. I'm actually really hoping it isn't going to touch down anywhere near our farm. Because if it destroys the trees in the small area of woodland we have, that is going to destroy our overwinter plan for chopping down trees and making the wood chips again as we did last year. So I'm very much hoping that's not going to happen. You never know. We'll see where it actually touches down. Is that all of our headlands done? Yeah, that is all the headlands done. So let's get that out. And we'll head down with this and fill the rest of this up. We've only got about 1,000 liters available in the trailer. So this should pop this off and get to the point where we can go and tip our first loads. That will be 8,000 liters. Actually, as I said, a little bit over 8,000 liters. Nope, spot on. I don't know why we were at 24% then off that first load. But yeah, that's our first 8,000 liters today. Ideally, we want to get at least another 2 more of these trailers off the remaining fields. I don't think that's that likely. So to tip this, we'll come in from the other end, bring it round and in. Yep. And then I can get this here backed up. And there, and tip it. Right, with that tipping in, let's pop into here. And we want to turn on our rice rolls. Rice rolls, there we go. activate that now that we have rice in here. Yeah, 24,000 liters is our target. So 3 full trailers would be perfect. Output mode is storing, which is exactly what we want. And yeah, we've got a few bits to do here. We've got a load of canned peas in here as well. So actually there is some stuff that we can sell and make a bit of money off today. Get that into our kiosk, get the bonus, and yeah, see if we can make, even if we can make 20,000 today, that would be really good. Halfway through the body of the field, we had 500 liters left in the harvester, so we've only really had about another 500 liters here. I would like to have another full tank off this harvester. I don't know how likely even that is here. We are going to get 2,000 liters off this field though. That is 99%. Is it going to be before the end of the row? Wow. That is better than I expected. I honestly didn't think I was going to hit another 2,000 liters off this field. We have actually managed to do it though, so that is absolutely awesome. Always not sure if this is something that would go on the road, but it does have a number plate on it, so I don't see why it wouldn't. Let's get this on. I think the tracks are also rubber tracks, so not metal tracks on it. So yeah, would all work absolutely fine on this. We'll see if going along the GPS course on the edge here misses anything. I'm hoping not. It's one of those weird things where, yeah, you can see there's some stuff that just catches right on the edge that the GPS doesn't quite do. So I'll need to go back and pick all of that up, because every grain of rice is going to count on this, and that is leaving so much along that edge. Look at this here. That is miles outside. I'm going to have to do like an extra headland. There is a good half a header that the GPS is missing that's been planted along here. That's crazy. The thing that is worrying me at the moment is that it is getting very close to that forecast tornado dropping. We still have an entire field of rice to go. If it drops anywhere near our farm, that could be devastating to how much we actually get today. We will get this field out, I think, by the time it drops, but if we get a tornado in that final field, that is going to devastate the crop off it and just cause us so much loss. I'm very, very much hoping that that tornado is a good way away, or at least if it gets anywhere near our house here, that we get a chance to get all of our crop up before it goes and decimates the field. And we're nearly full, so up to 95%. I don't think I'm going to make it the whole way through this row. We actually, that's good. That's a full tank off this field. So takes us up rather nicely to half a trailer full. Oh, not quite to the end of the field with this though. We've got to back this off, get the auger out, and make enough space. Yeah, 2,068 liters in our trailer at the moment. So this gives us another half a trailer. We are now halfway there to our target, but with 2/3 of our field cut. So yeah, we are not hitting the 25,000 liters unless there's more rice in field 27 than in, well, these last 3-4 fields combined. And that is field 28 finished. Another 15% off of here, so that's good. And That'll top up our trailer a little bit more. Yep, we are 54% full. So I am expecting us then to have another full trailer off here, off of these fields, taking us over 16,000 liters, but we're not going to hit another trailer and a half. That is just not possible. The tornado, oh, whoa. Harvesting while it rains reduces yield. That's not good. I thought the rice was exempt from that, but no, apparently not. I need to go and tip this then. 4,372 liters in here. No, I want it on the grain door. There we go. Just funnel in a little bit better. And we'll keep the eye out for that tornado while I wait for this weather to pass. And I think this is going to be a bit of a problem because, yeah, it's not going to brighten up until next day. Are we all right for rice into tomorrow? Yes, so we might have to finish off that field tomorrow. I've got the majority of our stuff harvested, so I'm happy with that. Let's see how much we can make today. The enoki mushrooms aren't going to make much. 879 kimchi, bringing in us a nice amount of money on a regular basis. So this is going to be worth a fair amount. Put this in there as well. See how much those go for. It should get 5,000 for the peas, 2,400 for the beetroot. There is a lot of harvest available at the moment, but none of it is really stuff we can do in this weather. There we are, 16,689, and I can see the tornado. Oh man, that is very worrying. And it's out there ripping through the middle fields on the plain. Yeah, they're decimating the edge of field 12. It is actually moving towards the city. Yeah, look at this. You can see the damaged ground here, and this, as you have to use allow V8 fields to clear this damage off. Otherwise, it just never recovers. Thankfully, though, that is coming nowhere near us, I don't think. The tornado has hit the town. It is 5 o'clock. There is not much more I think we're going to be able to do today. I'm going to quickly head over there and have a look. And I'm in the farmer's market, and oh wow, it is blowing through the streets here. Yeah, it is. That is so loud. Yeah, look, there it is. Oh wow. The streets are, for the most part, deserted. There's a couple of people in the farmer's market itself. But yeah, there's a tornado in the town. And it is wreaking havoc at the moment. That is not great. So yeah, we're not going to be able to do anything more today. The tornado is working its way through. The tornado has passed. We've got quite a bit of damage on some of our fields, or some of the fields on the map. Thankfully, none to ours. We did take a little bit of damage, though, to our rice field. You can see here that there's a small area that got hit by hail that fell after the tornado. Thankfully, it's not too big, but it is going to take a little bit of a chunk out of our yield from that field. You can see the damage, though, the tornado did. Over here, just massively blasted through there. Thankfully, went through the town, so didn't do much damage other than that. But yeah, lots of damage all over the place. That field there is harvested, but that is going to need replowing, all of that. However, we do need to finish off our rice today. So the rice is down here. Needs to be finished today. It will wither overnight. So we're going to be getting on with the rice harvest in a minute. However, first, I want to crack on, or I want to get going in the background a couple of contracts. We've got this really well-paying cultivating contract here that we can run in the background. Only 519 to hire this quad track and a cultivator to go with it. So we will borrow the items for that. Okay, and then there's a cultivating contract on farmland 29 right by our farm, which actually costs more to hire smaller equipment. So I'm going to just accept the contract for that, and we'll send the cultivator up to that one first. Then just looking around here, there's nothing really that's worth a huge amount of money otherwise. So I'm just going to set them going in the background. We will hook up the quad track and the Summers cultivator here. And once we've got these two bits hooked up, we can set a hired worker. We'll set the hired worker to go and do field 29 first. So select this, create job, field work, and we're sending it over to field 29. We want it to come in there and start job. So that's heading off now to get that started. Meanwhile, we're gonna get cracking on this. So header down, and once we get going forwards, yeah, we should be able to finish this field off. I might again have to go a little bit wider than the initial headlands GPS goes, simply because we tend to miss so much. I mean, look at how far outside of the GPS that crop is. We're going to need to go round this first headland twice, and we should get a decent amount off it. If we can get half a trailer off here, so 2 full tanks off our harvester, I will be very happy. That would be absolutely perfect. As I said last time, we are going to be a long way shy of the 25,000 litres. I would have liked to have got off these fields, but a full trailer, that would be good. That would work very well for us. So let's go around the headland the second time. Got a little bit of cleanup to do down this side, and yeah, we're going to be half a track going around the other side. Definitely the right choice to go a little bit wide on that first cut and then come back and do it again. We're picking up a fair amount of rice on this second run through. You can see it feeding through the harvester there. The quad track, the tractor doing the contract, has gone a really long way round. It's actually coming up to the corner at the moment on the other field. And I'm surprised about how it's gone about it. But it is there. It should be visible to us about now. Let's just go and have a look over the other side here. Should be just on the other side of our farmland. Over this way. Yeah, there it is. You can see it unfolding the equipment and cracking on with that job. You can see the area where we got hit by the hail there. Just that little patch that's lost or gone. So we'll have to get that plowed to actually recover from that, which is slightly annoying. Otherwise, it's all running rather well. We are up to 2/3 of a tank, and we are on our third headland. Coming up to a full tank. Let's get the auger out, ready to empty. Harvester is full, and our tractor and trailer are sitting nicely at the edge of the field, ready to go. I think I'm going to put my implements down at that lower area there. It's storage space I haven't really used, and I think it will serve us quite well for storing trailers and things like that. Much better than down the side of the house. Header down, harvester back on, and away we go. Looks like the contract has finished on this field already, so let's stop the hired worker here. We can then go and set this to do another job. Yeah, it's not missed that much on the field. So let's select this worker, create job. We will set it to the corner of that field like so, and start job. And we can get back to the harvesting while that goes and takes itself off down to that field. It seems the quad track doesn't want to take itself down to the field, so I'm gonna have to get it down there myself. Seems this tractor doesn't like these dual lane roads. It tends to get vehicles stuck behind it. They're causing all sorts of issues. But we've got it here now. It's gonna unfold itself and it's gonna get going. I reckon I'm about halfway through the main body of this field, and we've only got about 40%. So going by these being longer rows, I think we can get the second tank off here. Things are definitely looking more positive now. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows to go after this one. We have a full harvester. In fact, so much so I think I've just destroyed a load of crop, which is very, very annoying. I think we might have hit 500 liters had I not run over that crop. Yeah, a very stupid mistake that has cost us, easily cost us 100 if not 200 liters worth of rice. 4,289 liters off that field. That is not bad at all. Do we have our first rice rolls off of here? No, looks like we're still producing spinach. And is that actually, I don't know what that one in the middle is. That might be some rice rolls already. Don't know how close we were from last year's. Yeah, that's our first set of rice rolls, and we've got some peas here as well. So while that's tipping, I'm going to get my front loader and we'll get some stuff sold, because we've got some mushrooms here as well. Oh, and at the far side of the yard here, we've got some goat's milk as well. Fantastic. Goat's milk pays really well. So to have 1,000 liters of bottled goat's milk is brilliant. We can get that dropped off. We'll get the mushrooms dropped off. We've got 14,829 now. Let's see where we end up once we've got everything in. Goat's milk goes in first, and that is going to give us a grand total of 4,975. So just under 5 grand for that. Next up is the mushrooms. The oyster mushrooms are going to be first, followed by the enoki. So oysters for 1,638, enoki for 854, and finally we got the spinach bags, the rice rolls, and the canned peas. Spinach bags should be first here. They go for 1,635. The peas for 5,710, and finally the rice rolls for 3,254. Total of 32,847. I think we're going to be able to easily pay off 50,000 on our loan today. I'm really hoping to get to 60,000. And that'll be half our loan paid off. So with our rice all done today, I think we might as well hook this tractor up and get this doing our fields and preparing them for the next year. I don't think there's anything we need to do. The only thing I think I'd really consider doing would be if we need any lime, which none of our fields need. Weeds are not an issue, fertilizing not an issue, none of them need plowing, so yeah, and all of them are mulched, so that's perfect. What we'll do then is we will set these going, we'll line them up, and yeah, we'll just set this off on this field, which should be perfect. Yep, away that goes. And that means we can go and do a contract and try and earn a little bit of extra cash. So there's another cultivating contract available on 35. We will pick that up. We'll set our cultivator heading on that. Yes. Right. And then we've got a choice of several here. There's, wow, reduced by 1,000 for these contracts. That is a green beans contract. We haven't really done any green beans. We've got 2 of these. These are not really worth it. Red beet, sorghum, and red beet. I think the red beet contracts aren't worth it, especially as the harvesters. I think we'll make 10,000 from doing these 2 contracts, 14 and 47. I'm gonna take the equipment for 14 because it is the bigger contract and it costs the same. So we will borrow the items for that. Oh, we've got more than 3 active contracts. We've got a completed one here. So let's collect on that. Okay. We've got to take that. So we'll borrow the items for that. Okay. And then, yeah, we can set that to 35. And hopefully we can make a load of extra cash today. So let's get this tractor, actually. We'll hook up the tractor and trailer. And we'll set that going up to the field. And then we'll follow up in the combine shortly. Tractor has arrived at the field. And we are just arriving here. So I'm going to pull this up to there. Tractors are on the edge of the road up there. We'll disconnect the trailer. I think I've given myself enough space with that rock there. Don't really want that in the way. Unfold our harvester so that that's ready. Once we get the header on, connect up the header. Nice and simple. And we'll get onto the field. Let's go to the assisted steering because we're going to do this job ourselves. Okay. And start it up. Drop it down. Does it recognize we're on a field? Yeah. And yeah, look at that. Straight in there. Perfect. It is 12:34 now. I want to motor through this field and we'll see which of our 2 sets of contracts completes first. The yield for the sorghum on this field has been pretty good. We're up to 74% full. I'm a little bit worried about doing a cut-in, but we will cut it in so that we are keeping up with how we should be doing things. We want to go 3 rows in because we're doing 6-lane cut-in. So we're going into here. Let that straighten itself up. And I don't know, we might end up with a full tank before we get to the other end of this field. It's going to be closer than I expected it to be, but we are coming up to a full tank. Yeah, here we go, and done. Right, let's lift this up then, and I'm just going to back us off until we are about here-ish. Is that going to be enough? Not really. Okay. Yeah, not much I can do. If this was my field, I would be destroying crop. Thankfully, this is a contract. So let's get this going. It looks like, oh wow, we've got a truck that's moved across the road to try and go past my tractor that is now blocking all the traffic going the other way. And there's actually a Shogun in the back of a truck there. So it looks like we've had a bit of an accident too. Okay, we're going to get this right over to the edge of the crop. It might fit in, it might empty, it might not. It'll definitely be over it. Is that going to do it? Yes. Oh, look at that. Just. There's just enough width in that header to get that to work. We are at this point about halfway through this contract. We're at 41% done. And as we haven't delivered anything yet, that is 41. So that is, yeah, half of the 80% that we get for the harvest. We're only 36% full in the trailer, so I'm expecting the whole field to fit in this trailer. That is no bad thing. That's going to give us a lot of choice when we come to actually finishing this contract off. Contract on field 7 is complete. We don't want to collect this contract though, because this contract is one that, well, is the one that this equipment comes from. So let's head over to the next field, which I believe is, yeah, 35. And that is up this way. Just up here on the left. Looks like we've got a lot of withered crop in it. So, yeah, this needs to be done. And we'll get that unfolding. Yeah, that's going. Yeah, this is withered wheat. Coming up to full again. So let's get the auger out ready. And as soon as we stop, we'll switch to the tractor. There we go. And switch over, grab this, and then just pull this under. So that's going to take us up to 2/3 full on this trailer. Don't think there's another tank in this field. We've done most of the field. We are 64% of the way through it, though. We've just about harvested the amount that we need to harvest to complete the contract. We are 60% full in the combine as well, so that's really good. I'm happy. I think we might end up with a full trailer. I don't know how much is in that trailer actually. Let's have a look. So we've got 28,000 liters in there, and that trailer must take 38,000, I want to say. So if that's right, then yeah, we're gonna fill the trailer. If it takes more than that, then that's good. We'll end up with a slight bit left in the combine. Whichever way we slice this, though, we're gonna get all of the field harvested before we actually deliver anything, and that is absolutely optimal for doing a harvest contract. Last little bit in this top corner then, we have 10,414 liters. Turn this off. Might as well head over here and empty, well, take the combine to the traction trailer. We could take the traction trailer to the combine, but not a huge amount of point as we're already in the combine. 73% full in the combine is a good amount though. And let's see how much we end up with in the trailer. I wish it also showed me how much there was to empty out of the combine still, because yeah, that is coming up to 10,000 liters now. Right, that's 100%. Combine has 78 liters in it. I'm not going to worry about 78 liters. So if we finish this contract, I think we're going to leave that. Where is this going to? We are headed down to... there we go. We want to head out of here and up to the area next to field 41. Just before I got here, the contract on field 35 finished. So yeah, we're good. We're gonna have both sets of contracts finished here. Where is the best place to sell sorghum at the moment? Because we don't really have any storage space for it. I don't have any in storage, so let's look at prices for sorghum. There we are. 713, 713, and 714. So £1 a litre more. We'll just sell it all here then. We'll just tip it all here, and that should make us a decent amount of money on top. Contract is done. Helper A does not stop ever. What do you mean take care of my own farm as well? I have been doing a lot of contracts and I've just got myself an achievement because of that. I do a lot of contracts. Right. So where do we stand with the contracts then? Harvesting contracts. There is a sorghum contract for 4,000 on 47, so not far from us here. We could get the combine up to that. No cultivating contracts, but there is a high-paying mowing contract. So what we'll do is we will complete the 2 cultivating contracts. So collect that for 6,500. Collect that for 17,700. We will keep this contract running, and we're going to take this harvesting contract. So we will accept that, and we'll use the current equipment we have for that. And then I'm also going to borrow the items for this, and then we can set this up to do a hired worker and go mowing there. We are at 60,000. These 2 contracts are going to throw us well above, and that's going to be cracking because, hell, we're going to have about 80,000 in the bank today. We are going to be well over halfway through paying off the loan. So this here, create job, target position, that corner there, and start the job. And away that goes. In all this, I completely forgot about my tractor that's doing the cultivating on my own farm. It's missed a bit here, but it's yeah, it's done a grand job on this field. So I want to get this going on the next one. Meant to lower that then, and instead disconnected it. Right, let's move that. Okay, let's lift the cultivator, and we'll set this going on our next biggest field, I think, because that way we can leave it doing the fiddly bits a bit later. This is we're squeezing a lot into today. We really are. There we go. We'll set that one going as well. There's not a lot of space around here to park my combine to get the header on, and the mower is already 15% of the way through the contract. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spin around and go on the edge of this field here, and we'll drop the header off here, preferably in a place where we can actually pick it up. Right, and we'll get this on and get cracking into this field. We want to knock this out in about an hour and a half in game, and that will then set us nicely up for the end of the day. I can't believe how much we got done today, considering how much we got harvested yesterday, and the amount of problem we had when that tornado turned up, and how much that set us back. Today we are right back on track. Probably about halfway through the actual body of the field now. We are well over halfway through this contract, but we are catching up to the mowing contract really quickly. I've been on its tail for a little while, and it's now looking like we might catch it. The thing about the mowing contract, of course, is the mowing contract gets to a point where it completes, whereas we've also got to empty this out. I think this contract may be going to the same delivery point. I need to double check that. If it does, that's great. Our tractor and trailer is currently sitting there. If not, we might have a little bit further to go. We're only 2% behind. I think this whole field is definitely going to fit in the trailer. It might fit in the combine. Nope, won't fit in the combine. We are 95% full. Our lights are on and I've extended the auger. So as soon as we stop, we'll go and get the tractor and trailer and get this emptied. And we have now got ahead of the mowing contracts. I think the mowing contract might catch up while we empty, but we're going to finish very, very quickly once we've cut the field. So empty that there. Bring this in, start this up again, and as soon as our harvester is emptied, I'm gonna head off again. Coming up to the end of the last row, we've got another 3,000 liters off here, maybe. Yeah, we're gonna be over 3,000 liters off here. There's a small patch just above here that I want to grab as well. Oh, just over 3,000 liters, 3,005. Wow, that was a little bit closer to 3,000 liters than I thought it was going to be. Okay, let's get the auger out, bring this down, and empty into the trailer like so. And yeah, 80% done with the harvester. We can drop that down because the harvester will be staying here when we go to complete the contract. And this needs to go to same place as the last one. So nice short completion on this. Nice and easy contract. Very, very pleased. And yeah, using the bigger combine, because we had a contract that could give us a bigger combine, definitely made that a lot faster. So we'll bring this down here, we'll tip this up, and then we just got to wait for the mowing contract to finish, and we'll go and check how our cultivator is doing after that. But this contract, we're gonna make a little bit more money on this one as well. But we'll empty this out, and we can then complete these harvest contracts. 1,645 harvest income. Contract is complete. So let's collect on that. I would checking on the harvesting. There isn't anything anyway, but it's always worth it. If you have the time, continue on. Keep using that harvester, definitely. 6,025 for one contract and 4,028 for the other. So that's another 10,000 on top. And we're going to go and check in on the mower. Yeah, it's got a little bit of the field to go, so I'm pleased with that. That we can just keep going. We'll pick up the money from that next time, I think. Meanwhile, our little cultivator is just finishing off as well. So I think, oh yeah, look, that's gonna finish off just on this headland. So that will be done shortly. In the meantime, what I want to do, knowing we have money coming in, is we're going to pay off 70,000. So here goes. There we are. We're down to 240,000 on our loan, which is fantastic. We're over halfway paid off. With the harvest all done here on Hutan Pantai, we're going to be continuing to prepare our fields for the next year. So I'm starting off today by getting, well, this tractor set up cultivating our smaller fields. So we'll set this going here. And then I want to get us set up with a couple of contracts running in the background as well. So we've got Farmland 14 and 44, both cultivating contracts that we can just leave things going for. So we will borrow the items for that one. And then the contract for 14. We also have the mowing contract from yesterday that's completed, which we haven't collected yet. So we'll collect that. 7,415. That's perfect. And then down here, we've got a whole load of harvesting contracts. I think we'll make more off the cotton contract, to be honest. So I'm going to borrow the items for this. And then there's a second cotton contract we can pick up when the first cultivating contract completes. So let's borrow the items for that. So here's our Voltra. It's just going to be a case of connecting that up to the cultivator hill. It's really, really close to our cotton harvester. So we'll create job. We want that to do field 14 and start job. And then this one here, that I think is only going as far as field 3. Let's select the harvester we're in, create job, and set the position as being there, as that's the most accessible corner, and start job. Meanwhile, we've got a fair amount of stuff that we can be doing on our farm with our own kit. We need to get a load of pallets sold. We've got a few bits down by our kiosk. We also have a couple of bits here with the mushrooms, I think. Yeah, we've got a pallet full of the enoki. That's going to be worth about £800, I think. And then we also have several pallets out of our production, as we do most days. So the aim today, like it has been for the last few videos, is going to be to make as much money as possible, try and get at least 50,000 paid off on our loan. If we can do that, we're going to be below 200,000, which would be absolutely immense. I mean, that would be a massive boost to us on here. And yeah, we're actually looking at the possibility of having the loan paid off by the end of the year. Of course, the loan is the main aim of this series. If we can start from scratch, set up a farm, get ourselves a whole load of fields and everything set up, and get the loan and everything paid off, then we have succeeded. And it looks like we might actually do it. Now, the contracts are definitely a great way of going with that. And in future, on future series, I am definitely going to be running contracts in the background as much as possible, especially those cultivating contracts. They are so useful to bring the money in on the right size of field, which Hutan Pantai has in droves. So hoping very much to do that. We're making a good amount of money off all these products today as well. We should get about 5,000 off these. Yes, the peas are paying so well. Yeah, look at that. Whoa, fallen off the curb, but we are up to 18,521. That is a really good start. And I think with this spinach bag, this should throw us over 20,000. So that puts us already at 2/5 of the way there today for our aim. So very happy with that. And I think I might save myself a little bit of money on our costs today by going and doing the cultivating. Although first, I think we need to go and see if there's any goat's milk to put into our dairy. There's certainly a pallet of goat's milk down here. I don't think it's a full one though, because we would have a second pallet having already spawned. How full is this? No, it's got 1,000 liters in it, so it is a full pallet of goat's milk. We can take this one, and the next one then will automatically spawn. That's fantastic. I did do a little bit of work that I had to cut for time on the goats a couple of videos ago, so I filled up all of their water and everything. We will just give them a quick check now. If we just come over here, we can have a look. So their water is just under half full, so we might refill that today. I don't know how good our animals are in general. Let's have a look on here, shall we? 26 months. Oh, yes, we have a new set of kids. So newborn kids in here. And they're looking nice and healthy. That's good. We've got some 5 months old, some 6 months old, some 12 months old, some 17 months old, and some 26 months old. So they will probably have one more round of reproduction, maybe. Yeah, we've got 3 that are still going through puberty, and no, 4 that are still going through puberty. We'll have another round of kids from the 17-month-olds here who are 40% through, and we might have from the 26. So we've got 30 of 34 animals. We may have to put in another goat's pen because, yeah, the older goats are not going to reach maturity before we are able to sell them, or before they reproduce again. So we might create another goat pen with an entrance here along this hillside and clear some of these trees away up behind the farm this year. I think there's a good area up there that we could easily use to do more with the goats. So let's drop this off in here. I don't know how close this is actually as well to doing this and completing. Oh, wow. Looks like our timing, though, is impeccable. Our own little tractor has finished cultivating the first field, and that means we can take over for the next one. It's done a lot better on these square fields than on the other fields. It seemed to miss a few bits and pieces on the other fields, so we want to go back and fix those later. But on here, it's done a really good job. That means we have just that field and our newer field up the other side of the road, field 28, to get done. And oh wow, it wants to do a lot of headlands. 4 headlands seems like a lot on here. This is not a job that's going to take me very long. And look at that, we're on to those headlands already. I'm quite happy with this as a starting cultivator. It's really, really good and works really, really well. I think it was a great choice, this John Deere, to have available for tractors like this at the early stage of the game. One thing we will do once we've done these last 2 fields that we have to do ourselves on here is go and do the water for the goats, and we'll go and do the water for the greenhouses as well. Make sure everything is topped up, make sure everything keeps functioning, and that money keeps coming in. Finally found the right gear to be doing this job in. We are in 3rd gear in the high range, and we're now going at like 8-9 miles an hour with this cultivator, which feels a little bit fast. I'm no better than the hired workers. I also have missed bits in this field. I had to go back and sort a bit down the far end of the field. I've just had to, as you've seen there, reposition myself a little bit, so I got a bit in the corner, and there's bits down the side of the field and things like that that's been missed. Checking out the harvesting and the cultivating contracts, we're about halfway through both, so those are going well. And yeah, this, I'm gonna alter how many headlands. We don't need 3 even. I think we can get away with 2, so that will do much nicer. And then nope, it's got onto that headland. There we are. We want to be here, line ourselves up, down with the cultivator, and we'll get this field done. Field 29 is definitely where I have my sights set next. It is just absolutely perfect for setting up possibly another 2 rice paddies. I think it's flat enough that it's not going to be a massive alteration to the landscape, and if we do it right, it should work really, really well. We want to kind of bring the level up along the roadside to where this field is. If we have a look here, if I want to buy 29, yeah, look at all of that extra woodland that exists behind it. 265,000, so not 300,000, but a large amount. The last little bit on this field, and it looks like I've actually got a better coverage on here than I have on the other fields. Just that patch there at the end that I've missed. Perfect. Right. Now, I've just got a few patches that I need to clear up, and then we'll go and sort out the water around the farm. Right, let's go fill up the water on our goats. Down here, they won't take much. The rest can go into our various greenhouses. Yeah, we've got 58% left, so they don't take a massive amount. And you can see the next set of urns have, or milk churns have turned up. Oh, and we've got a completed contract, and it's the cultivating contract. So let's move that worker from field 14. We want to create a new job, and we want to send it up to field 44. Best place for it to start that is going to be in that corner, heading that direction. Start job. And I'm hoping that will just transfer over there without any issue and continue on with that contract work. Meanwhile, we'll get this emptied into here. I should think this will take most, if not all of this. Yep, there we go. So we need to fill up. Looks like our greenhouses are going to be quite thirsty. Just over 3 full tankers into the greenhouse then. So 6,000 liters that needed. Less than 1 tank into the mushroom greenhouse, so that didn't need too much. And our rice sapling greenhouse didn't need much either. That was, yeah, we could have done the mushroom house and the sapling greenhouse, I think, with the same tanker. Right, let's pop in here, and I want to change the rice saplings now to being storing, so that we are creating rice saplings for us to replant next year. We've got how many in here? Just the 2. So I've left this running. Let's turn this off. There we go. Yeah, we've got just 2 pallets of rice saplings for next year. So we want to start creating rice saplings out of here. There we go. That's that done. And then we have a contract to complete. Yep, it's not got any leasing costs or anything, so we can collect that without fear of that mission. I thought that said mission was cancelled for a moment. I was panicking a little bit. We have a new cultivating contract, though. We will pick that up. So let's accept that on 39. And that means we've got to complete the one on 39 before we can get another harvesting contract. And it looks like the harvesting contract actually might be complete. So I might have been a little bit premature on that, but doesn't matter. We're doing well anyway. The more money we can bring in, the better today. And those cultivating contracts, I think we could go and, well, I think we could go and collect up all of the cotton and get that delivered, so that contract is at least completed, and then going into the rest of the work for today, we're able to get everything. Yeah, we're able to then just finish off when we need to. I think we're going to be okay. So into the Mac Anthem. I'm not going to go and collect whatever's in the harvester, because as I said, would like to get a second contract going today for the cotton. We need to finish that new cultivating contract first. In fact, I might go and get my little tractor doing that, just to clear that off as quickly as possible. And it looks like, actually, our cotton harvester... Yeah, our cotton harvester doesn't have a full bale in it. Let's have a look. This is... yeah, 79% complete. So I think we want to hold on to this. And we'll go and do the second cotton contract with it. In order to keep things moving then, we're going to use our own tractor and cultivator, and we'll do this field ourselves. Let's get steering assist on. Okay. And yeah, it should be easy enough. I thought this field was plowed initially when I drove up to it. Turns out it looks like, I don't know what crop was in here actually. This was, withered potatoes. So yeah, this field has gone to pot, and now we need to get it cultivated in so that it can be replanted for something else. to the end of this contract. There we go. So I can send this back up to my farm. And in fact, we've completed both of the cultivating contracts. So I don't think there are any others. No, no more cultivating contracts. So we can collect on both of these. Yes and yes. Perfect. And that means that we can take the remaining harvesting contract for the cotton. If I can find it. I think it's just that one. Any others? Yeah, it is just that one. So we will accept that contract. Okay. And then this tractor, I want to set destination, and we will send it back up to our farm here. And then this harvester here, we will create job. We will send the position to there, and we'll start that job. Then with a space on our contracts, I think we can take something else on. And oh, wow. There's a massive ploughing contract there for 11,000. That is probably going to take most of a day. I don't think there's anything else really that's worth a huge amount of money that would... Yeah, I'm going to borrow the items for this. Okay. And we'll get set up with this. I don't think my cotton harvester has moved. I think the cotton harvester may have found it impossible to get there. So we'll set this up and get this ploughing on field 37. Not far from the shop, this one. So select tractor, create job, position that field there. And start it. And yeah, our cotton harvester has not moved. So let's get this up to the cotton field. And I might take this one on myself. See if this contract and doing a little bit of cotton might be a good way to round things out. One thing I've noticed is with all the telegraph poles along the edge of the road coming up to here, the hired workers of the slightly wider bits of equipment really don't like driving up here. I think it ends up having issues with it, and as a result it just doesn't like it at all. This is up here now, though, and we're good. In fact, before I get too far into this field, let's get our truck up here as well. So set destination. I want you just along the side of the field here, and hopefully that will find itself a route and get up here. If so, then we'll be able to pick up however many cotton bales we get off this field. We'll definitely get one because we're 80% full, and we should then get a second either way. It may not be a full bale, but we can then just go and deliver the whole thing. Something I need to check is that these are both going to the spinnery. That would be a big problem if they weren't, because there's no way we could split it. We'd basically have to unload this bale now and make sure that we had two separate bales. Our truck has just arrived as we've finished the first headland. We're only 93% full, so I think we're probably going to get halfway around this headland and then empty the first bale off. Not expecting to have to move the truck then until the end of the field. We're not going to have more than a bale off here. We have a full bale, so let's unload that. I said we'd only make it about halfway around the field, and that's pretty much exactly where we are. Throw that out. We'll fold that back up and start it up again. I think the header is down. There we go. The header is down, and away we go. With the headland's done, I think what I'm going to do is just go up and down the field from this side. That way, when we come to finish, we'll be finishing along the other side of the field, so over that way over there, and we should end up with the two bales roughly in the same place, if I've got this right. We're coming up to the top of the field now, the last little bit, and I don't think we're going to end up with even half a tank. Yeah, we're going to be about 45% full. Let's bring this up here, and right, that is done. Let's empty that out. Just 9,160 litres of cotton there. I want to position myself right. Does it not let me? Yeah, it's not really letting me move very easily with that all unfolded. But we'll get this moved out of the way. We are only 42% of the way through the ploughing contract as well. So that is going to take a little bit longer to complete. We'll go get these two cotton bales collected up though, and then we'll be able to get them delivered up to the spinnery, complete these two harvesting contracts. 80% on each, because that's the harvest amount. Bring this round. Okay, we're driving on a freshly plowed field that isn't mine, but never mind, I'll be fine. Let's open this up. Can I reverse it like this? Yes, I can. On. First one loaded up. We position ourselves to grab the second. We'll bring this round, straighten ourselves up, and grab the smaller one. Yeah, so this will take 2 cotton bales, this trailer, which is why it was so useful to grab this for this contract and not the single trailer. That's 2 loaded up. Right, let's head over to the spinnery and get this delivered. All in all, we've had a pretty productive day here on Hutan Pantai. I am really quite pleased with our progress. I'm going to bring this into now. I'm not quite sure which this is. What's this building here? That's the spinnery. Is this building over here something else, or is that the spinnery as well? I think our drop-off point for this is right here. I think that's where we want to be. So let's back this up, bring this to here, and unload it. I don't think it's the other one. I think the other bay there is probably the output from the spinnery. So we'll unload this. There we go. Back it out into the loading bay. And we'll find out any moment whether this is exactly where these want to be. Yes and no. Right. Let's get this loaded back up. Yeah, and then unload it. It seems that first one was not ready to go from there. Second one in then. And yeah, there we go. Oh, and we made 7,369 from it as well. That's perfect. So let's complete these contracts. 4,405, collect that. And 3,677, collect that. Okay. And that puts us at 47,483. So I'm just hoping that we might have had a little bit of output from our factory just to round things off today. It is coming up to 5:30. I want to get 50,000 paid off. We can pay off 45,000 if there is just a single pallet out of our factory. Then we will be able to make up that difference. And there's not just a single pallet, there are 2. And one of them is peas. Absolutely fantastic. So we've got a pallet full of kimchi. and a pallet full of peas, we will be able to pay off stuff today. And yeah, we'll leave the plowing contract going. It's 49% of the way through, so that will work on till the for the rest of the evening. And we'll get 11,000 roughly off that. But there we go, 52,283. So into our finances, we will pay off another 50,000, taking us to 190,000 pounds, and we'll have a contract to get us started next time. But just 190,000 to go on here, and we've got our winter wood chipping to go as well. It's quite a slow day today. There aren't really that many contracts to speak of. We don't really have anything to do on our farm, and we still need to try and find a way to earn as much money as possible to get ourselves, or keep ourselves on track. We are minus £60 at the moment, so I was hoping that we might be able to get a hired worker out on a job, but until we earn a bit of cash today, that's not going to be possible. I also want to see, with this plow that we've got left over from yesterday, if there's any chance we could run a contract with this. So let's have a quick look in here and see what contracts are available. We've got... Do we have a plowing contract? Yeah, we do, and it's a fairly well-paying one. There's a £4,360 plowing contract here. So we could do that on 24. We'll pick that up. Now, the downside to that, of course, is I don't have any money to hire workers at the moment, so we can't send a hired worker off to that. The other thing I think that's worth doing today is a harvesting contract, especially one that fills our canning factory. And is field 10? Yeah, farmland 10. That has a red beet contract on it. It's not that well paying. It's £1,000 to hire the equipment. So it's only going to be worth £2,000, but we should get some red beet out of it that we can put into our stuff as well. So we will borrow the items for that as well. And then if we jump out of here, we've got this tractor sitting there. And then we've got this all set up, ready to go. I need to go back up to the farm, though. We need to get ourselves out of this negative number first. So let's get our front loader out. I think we've got a couple of pallets kicking around. Our saplings are beginning to generate. That's good. That'll be great for the beginning of next year. And down here, oh, wow, we have a fair amount of mushrooms. So that's a good start. We can grab both of these pallets and go and sell those. We also, from the looks of it over there, have a few items coming out of our food preservation factory. I called it canning factory a minute ago. It's not, because it does way more than that. And we'll be able to sell those off as well. So let's get this into here and get that down and in. As I said last time, next month we're gonna have to make sure we got enough money to lease the equipment to do the wood chipping. So we need to make sure there's enough kicking around for that. It may be that we have to increase the loan slightly to do that if necessary. We are £10,000 over what we were planning to pay off, so we're good at the moment. And we know the wood chips are going to bring us in plenty of money. And we've got to put another goat pen in as a result of our wood chipping. There we go, 9,998. We'll turn this off. And that means we can now get this tractor heading off down to do the ploughing. So let's select that tractor. I can. There we go. Create job. We want to send that down to 24. So we'll get that onto there and start that job. And with that going there. I think that might be blocked at the moment, but we are going to grab the Z-Tor here. I'm hoping this Z-Tor will actually run this. If we're lucky, it will. Otherwise, we'll have to switch it out for the other one. So hook this up. Right. And because this is, I know we should be able to run this harvester ourselves, I think. So we'll go over to the field. We'll send this over to the field. No, we'll send the tractor and trailer over to the field once we get started. That's going to be the better way to go. Down to field 10, and we want to line ourselves up here. Looking at the shape of this field, I think we're going to want to get steering assist up. See if this actually works. Okay. So get this down. Yeah, look at that. That is quite an offset on this. I don't know how well this is going to work. We'll unfold this. I think our tractor is here. Oh, wow. We've got quite a traffic jam on the road. And I think our tractor is trying to work out how to get away from it. However, this starts up the harvester. And away we go. Yeah, don't know where the carting tractor's going, but this seems to be working really well. Wow, I am impressed. And I think actually this is probably my favorite DeWolf harvester that is in FS25. It actually has a capacity on it, which is the only one for a base game harvester. This is working pretty well. We are 74% full off just the first headland. It's following it around and trying to get this to follow the course I want and still pick everything up is a very interesting situation most of the time. But it is working well. I think I want to turn around and go the other way because we are driving through crop at the moment and that isn't massively realistic. But in general, this seems to be holding up and doing pretty well. Once we get to a full tank, I don't know. It's only holding about 5,000 liters, so we might actually just be better off doing this ourselves, saving ourselves the money, and letting the ploughing contract just continue on up the top. Yeah, this with GPS is pretty easy. It's not a very big harvester. It's not very wide. We are coming up to a full tank as we come to the top of the field. All in all, though, I'm pretty happy with this. This is working really, really well. And yeah, we're gonna have a full tank pretty much as we get to the top of the field, which is awesome. In fact, there we go, just shy of the top of the field. So let's extend our auger. We'll jump into the crystal and go and empty, and this is going to take several loads off of this harvester. So that should work pretty well for us, I think. And then we can always send this off to go and tip on its own while we continue harvesting. This job, though, is going to take some time. So driving around outside of the field like this, I've come across no field course detected at the moment, so I'm unable to use my GPS. However, I am still picking everything up. I'm lining things up based on previous setup, and yeah, we should be all right. We're picking everything up as best I can. Eventually, the GPS will come back. It's just struggling a little bit with the tractor sitting so far outside of the edge of the field. And there we are, it's back as I come around the corner and we get that little bit closer again. I'm really pleased with this. This has been fairly easy to do. It is slow going as I was expecting. We're only about halfway through the headlands, but then we do only have a single row harvester here. And we are nearly full again with this load. However, this should be very close to a full trailer. I think we're going to be just a little bit short, and I've been debating whether to go and empty the trailer at this point, and I think that's what I'm going to have to do. Well, no, I think what we're going to have to do, sorry, is just load up the harvester a little bit more, or come around and do one more round the field with the harvester, because we got 22,000 liters in here. We're 78% full. We are almost full on the trailer. The trouble is, if I don't take a full trailer, we could end up in a position where we almost delivered everything and not able to harvest that last little bit off the field. So let's just dump this in here. It's going to take us up to about 98% full. We got space for another 1,000 liters, I think. So, oh no, we need to move the tractor out the way. So need to move this one out the way. We can get into the right machine. Yep, that way we can then put the auger down. And I think we might get to 1,000 liters and then empty, or we'll go the whole way round. We'll see what we do. Let's start this up. We can only do that once our tank is down. I'm slightly surprised by that. Start it up, drop it down, and away we go. We should clear the trailer. Yeah. And the sooner we can get 1,000 liters, the better. We'll empty that out, and then we'll go. Whoa. Oh, this is the only thing that does get me about this, is sometimes it picks up on wildly out of place rows. Right, and there, that's the one we want to be on. And you see, we're already up to 500 liters by this corner. So should be fairly easy to grab an extra 1,000 liters and take that down to the sell point. So into there. Yep. As soon as we've got 1,000 liters, we'll get this unloaded and get this shipped off. Of course, it's stopped in probably or almost the most awkward place possible for this extra 1,000 liters. There we go. That did it. Oh, it was only 500 it needed as well. Wow. Okay, so let's get this out and we'll send this off down to the sell point. So this has got to go to the canning factory. Let's set ourselves up with a job. We'll select this tractor. We'll create a job. I want to deliver. Loading position is from here. And we're going to the canning factory. Start job. First load of beet being delivered. And this is taking us up to 25% complete. 20% transported. So we've got 5 full trailers will complete this contract. So thinking about that, I'm gonna have to be careful when delivering the last load off the field. We're gonna probably have to get our own trailer, and I'm considering getting one of the small trailers early so that we can fill 2 small trailers if necessary. We'll have to see what happens. But yeah, the last trailer load I get off here, I can't deliver until we've got the field complete. And if that means putting stuff in my own trailer to make sure we can complete the field, then that is what we'll need to do. It's just gone 2:30. We are still on the headlands with this. This is taking forever. We have a nearly full trailer. We've got a little bit more to go. What I'm going to do at this point then is I'm going to double the amount of time we have left. So I'm taking the time down to 3 times. We're on our second to last headland, and we've just got an extra 500 litres to put into the trailer here. And that is now up to 28,000 litres. And looks like our ploughing contract is finished. Yep, this is done. So we'll take the hired worker off that. And we can collect on this contract now. So let's collect on this. So collect, okay, and collect, okay. And with that complete, we've just got to complete this one here, and then we'll be able to get in what we got today. We've got 23,000, so we're going to be able to do a little bit of payoff today. We can just set that going and get that doing. And 11,000, 10,000, yeah, 500 by the time we finished. Plus whatever we get for the cotton is absolutely going to be worth it. So we will borrow the items on that. So while we wait for our tractor and trailer to get back, we're going to have to get the harvester down there ourselves. But that shouldn't be too difficult. So the field is just up here on the left. No, in fact, on the right. That's where we want it to be. So let's unfold this. In fact, I don't even need to do that. I just need to drive down to the field and set it going. And I think that should be absolutely ready. Yep, in it goes. And away it harvests. And I can be confident in that harvester doing that field and getting that complete, because we have to get this red beet complete today. So one way or the other, we're going to get this done. And I can't see this red beet, the remainder of this field, taking longer than it takes that harvester to harvest all of that cotton. Cutting into the main body of the field now, and I'm actually finding it easier to do this in cab to get myself lined up with the lines. There are so many lines with the GPS on this that it gets very confusing, especially when you're out of cab. If you're looking straight ahead though and seeing what's lined up on your bonnet, it really makes it easier, especially on this side where the line seems to sit the wrong way until the very last moment. But now I can see where I should be. I can line myself up, and in I go. And looks like we're heading for another full harvester. That's another 5,500 litres. On the bottom end, and we've got another full tank on the harvester. We've made a huge inroad into this field now. And another 500 litres should be enough to finish off this trailer. I wonder if there's enough in the corner here. Wasn't quite enough. 420 litres. Oh, we've got a little bit left in this corner. I want to clear everything up. So this little bit here takes me up to 431. So we'll get started on the next row. We are now 61% of the way through this. No, 61% of the way through the cotton, so it's overtaken, and only 60% of the way through this field. Our cotton harvester is coming up to the end of its job, and we are still less than 3/4 of the way through this one. If I could have done this contract over 2 days, if the new contract system in FS25 allowed me to do this over 2 days, I would have done it over 2 days, but I can't. It just doesn't allow for that. You have to have it done by midnight on the day you take it. And that means for a contract like this, it has to be done with 1 time's time on it, because it just takes so long to get it done that there really is no other way. We've got 4 full bales up here. Yep, that has done its job. So let's unload that. So what I'm going to do is hook up this tractor and the bale trailer, and we'll get that over to the field. I don't think we can set it collecting up bales, but we can get it to where it needs to be. And while we're here, we've got a slot, so we might as well make a little bit more money 519. We will grab that tractor. Okay. And that needs to go to field 42. The cultivating contract on field 42 has completed. I am not even full on my fourth trailer on here. So we're going to have to do a few things now. Firstly, I need to get this started up. We need to collect up the bales that we have on here and get all of those delivered so that we can complete this contract. Then I'll be able to go and grab the final cultivating contract, and we can get that going with our cultivator. I obviously can't collect the cultivating contract at the moment because otherwise I'll lose the cultivator and I'll have to spend another, I think it was £700 to do that second one. So we'll just collect these up. This takes 3 bales by the looks of things, so that's going to be a couple of trips with this, and we should make some extra cash with it as well. This is going to the spinnery, so we'll go deliver that then. Let's fold that up and we'll head into town and get these delivered. But down at the spinnery, we know from last time we need to be a little bit careful about how we unload these. So let's get that backed up and open and shifting up. Unload. 1 in, 2 in, 3 in, and we're 80% transported, which is what we expected to be. Pick up the remaining bale. We'll fold this back up and head back down to the spinnery and get this delivered. This should bring us in at least a little bit of cash. So back down to the spinnery and we'll unload this as well. I'm hoping there's going to be a considerable amount of money off of this round bale. These round bales are fairly big, so hopefully it'll be good. Contract finished. And we made 12,000 off the bale. That is amazing. Oh, wow. So if we complete the harvesting as well for 10,511, which is perfect, we're up to 44,648. That means we can take this and start a new contract for it for cultivating. So accept that, yes, and we'll then send this piece of kit over to field 19 to get that one done. So starting that corner there, and we'll get even more money in. And this contract is becoming swiftly irrelevant. Yeah. Oh, wow. Does this contract suddenly really become not worth the effort? Just going to top this trailer off and then we'll send it. And then everything that we collect off the field after that needs to remain up here. And for that, I brought my tractor and trailer up here because I have a feeling we're going to have just enough to get that tractor and trailer going. So let's get this heading off to the canning factory, and with that heading off I can get this folded down and we'll get into the last part of this job. We're coming to the end of the field and I have nearly a full tank again. However, I am very concerned. We need 24,500, well, 24,600 liters to complete this contract. I've put 5,000 liters into my other trailer, so we actually have enough to complete the contract now. But I really wanted to have that 5,000 liters to process into my factory. I thought we might end up with more than that available for us to take away on such a large field, considering that we have such a, you know, this is so time consuming and such a big contract. we had 100,000 liters off this field to complete this contract. 5 full loads, so 120,000 liters. 120 to 130,000 liters needed to complete this contract. And it looks like we're going to be left with a tiny fraction of that for ourselves. Our trailer has 16,500. This is going to take us up to 22,000 liters, maybe 23. So that is incredibly disappointing that we are 1,500 liters essentially shy of what we need. Yeah, 22,000 liters, and there is no way the rest of this field has the 2,500 liters that we need to complete this contract. There isn't even 500 liters left on the field. So let's just check. Yeah, other than a couple of tiny little dots, there really is nothing left on this field. And that means that we are definitely 2,000 liters short. That is absolutely demoralizing of this. Right, what we're going to do is we will empty the rest of this into here. I'm going to jump into the carting tractor, which is this one here. We'll set this off, and then we're going to follow in our own tractor, because we're going to have to tip some of what we have in the trailer. 22,462, and we need 24,585 liters. So let's start the job with that delivering. And I'm going to follow behind in this, where we have got 5,500 liters. But this was supposed to be for us to process in our own factory to try and make this pretty pointless and completely mad contract pay something. So I'm hoping against hope that this tractor and trailer in front of me tips and completes the contract. As I say, it's 2,000 liters shy by my calculations of completing this contract. If it completes it, that would be amazing. If it's 99% delivery, that would probably be good as well. Although I think that's probably where we're going to end up. 99% done. Contract is finished, and it has made some money for us. Oh my lord, 2,290 liters. So the calculations were way off, and we can take this home and tip this. Before I do that though, let's go and grab the contracts. That actually is a result. That means the cultivating contracts can be collected for 2,102, yes. 1,452, yes. And we get a whopping 2,278 for that beet contract. That was completely not worth it. Never again am I going to be doing one of those beet contracts. Even for 5,500 liters of beet, we would have had a little bit more, but even then, it just hasn't been worth it. I'm going to go get this tipped then into my factory. We do have 52,000 liters, or 52,000 pounds. So that does mean we've hit our target, and we can go into our finances and we can repay another 50,000 off the loan. We're down to just 140,000 at this point. Next time, we'll sell off the produce we got back at the farm. We'll hire some equipment, and we're going to go wood chipping to clear another area for some more goats. It is finally December and we need to get on with doing some wood chipping for this year. Before we can do that though, we're gonna have to hire the equipment to do it. So in order to do that, and as we paid off last month's 50,000, we're going to need to sell off crops. So we seem to be doing this at the start of every video at the moment. Just going through, filling up our sell point over here with whatever crops we have to sell. That is the enoki mushrooms done. We've then, I think we've got some tinned, oh no, we've got some of our rice. So our rice rolls, those going in. It looks like we've got some kimchi, and I don't know what that is on the end, but all of this should give us enough cash to actually go and hire the equipment. I think it costs us about 10 to 15 grand to hire all the bits we need. We need a trailer, we need a chipper, and we need a tractor with the crane arm on it just to speed things along. We are going to go and clear the area behind the farm and put a second goat pasture in. So we're not just doing this for the sake of chipping wood. We're actually going to use the area afterwards to increase our goat pasture because, well, our goats haven't matured yet, so we don't have enough. We don't want to sell them until we can get the maximum price for them, but also they are going to reproduce again before that happens, so we want to make sure that we get as much in as possible from them. That is too high. Let's try this again. Lower our head down and get this going in here. We're also going to get some contracts going as we have been in the background. Hopefully those will get us a bit more money in as well. So that is everything we have to sell sold for today. I don't think there's any goat's milk come out or anything like that. So yeah, that's everything sold. That gives us 11,851 to work with. And we have a massive cultivating contract worth 10 grand available to us. That's perfect. So if we grab that, and it's in even the cheapest of the equipment to lease, along with the Field 45 one, which isn't too far away. So we will borrow the items for that contract, and we will also accept the other two. There we go. That's all three of those accepted. And Field 33 is up by us here. This is a beast. I've driven one of these in real life now, and it's surprisingly easy to drive. I thought it was going to feel like a big heavy machine, and it really, really doesn't. It looks like a big heavy machine, but to drive it is not like that at all. We are going to set it to Field 33 first. So we'll set it off on that corner. This tractor should be all right. Yep, and that's heading off. And while we're down here at the shop, we want to get our equipment that we need for today. Okay, just the crane on this is useful. Michelin tires. Yes, to the safety frame, maybe. We'll see how that affects things. Let's see what the lease cost of that is. 10,000. Oh my lord, that leaves us next to no money to lease the rest of the equipment. And picking somebody at random for the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members, Ionut, Andrei, Paval, congratulations to you. Your name is going on the number plate. So I'm going to go with Ionut 1 for that. Front and back and okay. So yeah, that is the setup for the tractor we're going to go with. So let's lease that. So into the finances, and I'm quite happy that we have we're in a good place. So if we borrowed 10,000, we were ahead anyway, so it's not too bad. And then we can come back in here and grab this wood chipper. And selecting someone at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members, Nina, congratulations. You have been selected. Thank you for your support. And I'm going to go with Nina01 on the number plate. Right, with everything set up here, we'll lease this. We're going to make most of this 10,000 back when we get the base costs back. If we could take the class carrot, that might work quite well on the tractor and trailer. These could hold 22,000 liters if I have the top on it. You know what? I am going to leave the extension on. I think our little tractor will be able to handle this. And selecting somebody for the number plate from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members, we have Ichigoat. Ichigoat, I'm going to put on the number plate. Thank you for your support and congratulations. So there we are. We're going to lease this trailer. And then there it is all sitting here. So I'm really hoping that this will be pulled by my other tractor. So the area that we're going to be clearing is just to the right here of the goats. I want to put a second goat pen in. There's space to put an actual loading area for them along the side bit here. We want to clear out most of these trees. We will leave a couple in here. So do I have a marker? Yes. So definitely want to take this tree out. So that one and this one needs to come out as well. Get rid of that. Oh, my spray can is empty. Yeah, you use up spray cans. Wow. Okay, so we need to grab another spray can. That's very cool. I've not used the spray cans enough to actually end up using them up. That is amazing. There we go. That one marked. And then that brings the goats along the back here. And we won't take out this one because that will mark the end. So we should have a nice big area for our goats up here. This tree, I can't help but feel, is going to be a little bit of a pain. Look at all these branches on this. This is just gonna be a very strange tree to get into this chipper. So I've cut the tree into some smaller pieces. We're going to disconnect the trailer off the back, and then I'm going to try and reverse this into a position where I can easily get all of these bits in. Moment of truth with my little tractor and the trailer, hoping that this will work together fine. Yeah, it's not looking massively swamped by the trailer, which is good news. Just as long as it will move all of the wood chips in it. I'll get into it fairly quickly. And yeah, we'll get these picked up and collected. Okay, finally got this in position. Let's let that go. And in. I'm guessing the end of that is not behaving itself. So let's just chop this off here. And we'll turn this all off. Sometimes you have a little bit of a funny shape come off the other side. And the only way to fix it is to go in and chop the ends off. And you can see immediately that's made a massive difference. Now I've fed most of the branches from this tree in so far. We now have the main trunk. We've also got a load of branches up here that are still part of it. So I need to just slice these off a little bit more. See if we can make these easier to grab. So I've sliced these bottom two here into half. And in fact, I've sliced them small enough that I can actually pick these chunks up and just feed them in. And just checking on how many wood chips we've got in there. We got 57% at the moment, so we're looking pretty good. And our contract is finished here on our first field, on field 33. And with a contract slot opening up, because we can collect that one. Yes, we are trying to earn as much money as we can today. So I am going to borrow the items for that contract. And then we'll hook this plow onto here. And this one is doing the contract on field 11. So that is off. And I need to get this one up to the other field, which is the other side of the map. I think the problem with this transporting all the way across the map, and the reason why it can't find the path, is the size of the cultivator on the back here. If I was running this with a slightly smaller cultivator, I don't think it would have any issues doing this. We've come across this before with the cotton harvester and with a couple of other big machines. It just doesn't seem to be able to find a route. The field we need to get this quadrat started on is up this top corner here, field 45. We will just bring it into the corner. Looks like we've got withered sunflowers in here. And hire a worker for this, which is now extending the cultivator. Yeah, and he'll get started. And now that I've got the main trunk done for the most part, we've got a couple of little bits just to throw in here. I need to reposition this so that we can actually get at the remaining branches. And the sun already is beginning to set. Yeah, we're not going to get very far with this, although a full trailer of this wood chip is going to bring us in a tidy little profit. So we'll get 2 of those going through, and yeah, filling things up very, very nicely. This tree has been lighter than I expected. I didn't expect to be able to pick up all of these branches and stick them in. We didn't actually really need the crane that much for this. I think if I cut this tree, I can probably put this tree in one go. And that will take the whole tree. There we are. Yeah, I can pick up the whole tree. Oh, wow. I'm not sure I needed the crane tractor, but we're all right, I think. That will go in. So trim these off, and then we'll be able to just throw this all in. Start it up again. In goes that. And then in goes these last couple of bits here. So that one in. Oh, wow, there was nothing to that. And there's going to be nothing to this as well. Right, let's get this tree down then, I think. We'll probably cut this, rather than moving the chipper, we'll cut this into smaller, more manageable pieces. And that should make things a bit easier for us. Especially if, yeah, these pieces are not too heavy to get into the chipper. Yeah, the trailer is full. You can tell because it's chipping but not filling it. So 22,500. Wow, we only need 2 of these trailers. Best price for wood chip, which isn't listed on here because we don't have any of our storage. So prices, wood chip is 931 at the harbour grain elevator. I know where that is. Downside to our tractor needing repairs. I have no doubt this tractor can handle this trailer normally. My trouble at the moment, of course, is that this tractor is in need of repair. And yeah, we have almost made it to the top of the hill. And there is the fellowship. This is going to be this should give us 20,000. And this is the thing, between the main contract we have today and the setup of all this and these and 2 trailers of this, we will make enough money to hit the target for today. 21,039. Absolutely perfect. Meanwhile, we need to go and transfer this tractor over to the final contract. And with our tractor and trailer back here as well, we can now look at what we're going to cut next. So we'll cut this up that way. And yeah, these pine trees should be able to be fed in all in one. So unfold everything. We can put that there, grab that bit. So no extra branches or anything on this. it should just feed straight in. And this is why I have the arm. Otherwise, I'd have to cut this tree down into much smaller pieces. So, let that go. And look at that, straight in. And just filling up my trailer with no issue whatsoever. It's not filling it that much, though. I don't think we're going to hit 20%. So now I'm going to cut the second one. This is a slightly bigger tree. Makes things very easy, these pine trees. So I think that it's going to be, we're probably going to be putting the new goat area in tomorrow. And I think we're probably going to be clear, though, of most of the trees that we want to remove from this area by the end of today, by the looks of things. That one has stopped. No, it is still going. Right, if it does this, we grab it, we lift it up a little bit, and then we help it along. And it starts to feed in again. And we're up to 34%. Still plenty to go, but we've got that big tree at the back that's going to take a little bit more work to get it in. Okay, so this is our tree. Again, this is one of the ones with a lot of branches at the top. What is this? This is a Japanese Zelkovia. So we'll cut this down here and make it fall sort of sideways to our bit of kit. That way, I think a lot of this we will lift by hand. The big sort of fir trees, those go fairly easily in with the arm. But as I discovered, it can be a little bit of fun with this. Right, we want to try and make this initially fall uphill. So I'm going to try and cut this so that it falls towards me here. If we get the right arms, yeah, we can do that. Whoa, stop sliding down the hill, please. The plow has completed work on field 11, and of course we finished cultivating on field 45. So we'll collect field 45. That frees us up a slot. We still have a ploughing contract on field 77. So we will accept that contract, okay. And then we will head over to this here. We will create a job and we'll go and get that to do 77. So start that. While we continue to cut this tree into little bits. Wow, that was actually, I cut through a big chunk there, and those are never going to go quietly into the chipper. That is going to be a bit of a mess, that one. But we're almost there. We've got most of the sections cut off. Just a couple more to do, and then we can start chopping it into smaller bits. Once I've worked my way around it a bit more. Yeah, all of these multiple branch sections. This feels like it's going to be a bit of a mess to try and get into the actual chipper. We'll see how it goes, but this is not a tree that's going to easily go into this job. Right, I've got a mass of wood here that I think I've basically got all of the various limbs cut into single runs. Yeah, there's nothing really branching off anything else anymore. So let's grab our tractor and trailer. Got enough space up there, I think. Whether I could actually reverse it up here, I don't know. I don't think it would be overly happy about that. I'd rather try and maybe reverse it downhill afterwards. Don't know if that's a great idea either. Let's see if we can back it up, actually. Because if I can back it up to there, that is going to make getting out of here a lot easier. Yeah, there we are. Right. And I think with as messy as this tree is, our best bet is probably going to be to try and cut this into smaller pieces without using the crane. We'll move the crane out of the way over here. We'll turn everything on, and I'm going to cut this into bits that I hopefully should be able to just load in by hand. So we'll cut that there, and then we will cut it sideways like this, and then I'm going to come on to the end here and we'll cut it into quarters, and that should be small enough chunks to get into our chipper. It may be actually that we have to use the crane for this, because I think some of these are going to be pretty heavy. Can I pick up these top ones? No, that is way too heavy. So let's see if we can use the crane for this. That might get me in there. Yeah, separating them out, not proving easy. I had to turn it off because I'm having trouble actually cutting it. It keeps telling me that it's both cuttable and not. So I'm hoping loading these two chunks on will get things working. Yeah, those have gone nicely. And now maybe just having knocked these might sort the problem. No, look at that. That is just continually not letting me chop either of those. So those are going to have to be picked up with the arm. Now, whether the arm is long enough to reach that outer one, which it might be actually. Yep, I think we can. So down and grab it. Please lift this. Yes. Right, there we go. And, ooh, dropped it in. But it has done it. And that is a sizable chunk of wood chips off that. So now I need to try and do the same thing with the one that is actually under the table. Well, I've grabbed it. It's a big chunk, and I don't know if it's going to fit in my chipper. Not at that angle, it's not. Let's try again. Right, that angle it might. No, it is going to need cutting. Turn everything off. It has at least stopped its wobble now, which is good news. And there. No, it's still doing its wobble. Fantastic. Right, I've got it in the grips now. Let's see if we can cut it at all like this. No. How am I ever going to get this chipped if I can't keep it still enough to even cut it? That might work. So cut it like that. I think it's a length issue, but we'll cut it like that. And then, yeah, that still has an issue. That does not. So again, into a smaller piece. This may not be the best way or the most realistic way to do it, but I'm hoping that it means that we're going to be able to actually chip this bit of wood. Turn it all on again. Let that go in. It's thinking about it. Definitely thinking about it. Trying to get it in. But I don't know if that will actually work. Right, I've managed to cut everything into smaller chunks. I think this bit still needs slicing. So we'll slice that down the middle. Try and get it so that it will actually all feed into this. Hopefully. And that's going to be a weird cut, but it doesn't matter. There we go. Right, start this up again. See if that will chip it. Yep, that has all chipped. Fantastic. So let's get the rest of this in. Not the easiest bit to actually get to chip this. But I've managed to finally cut it into small enough chunks to make it manageable, especially if I can get it in like this. Right, let's turn that around. I don't know how full my trailer is at this point. We'll find out in a moment, I think. Oh, and that bit is going to be difficult, is it? No, that's in there. And then one more bit after this. That's gone sideways. So lift that out. Been jammed in there by the last piece. Sometimes you just have to turn everything off to get it all out. In fact, it's safe with a piece of kit like this. You don't really want to be getting too close to those belts and drawn into that grinder. Not a good idea. But that has got that. We're still filling the trailer. We're 78% full. So now let's see if we can cut this bit into some similarly small chunks and just finish this trailer off. To try and help me along, I've cut this last one into some pizza slices, some wedges, and we're just gonna feed these in. So let's grab that and get those in. Nicely does it. This should be enough, I hope, to fill this second trailer and finish us off. It is getting quite dark. It's 25 past 5, but I am determined to get that last, keep us on track and get that another 50,000 paid off. Let's put that one in, see where we are. Yeah, in that goes. And yeah, looks like we have a full trailer. So let's turn that off and turn the actual tractor off as well. So that goes off. And then we can jump into this. We have a full trailer. So lights on and down to the sell point we go. So we should get just over 20,000 for this trailer as well. That is going to put us within spitting distance of the 50,000 we want to use to pay off the loan today. We've also got a completed contract, a cultivating and a ploughing completed contract. We can't take this one yet, field 11, because 77 is still in progress, but we will collect the cultivating contract. We've made 21,572 off the harvest, and yeah, look at that, we have 55,533. So we'll let the ploughing contract go on in field 77. That will complete before next time. Today, we will be able to pay off another... Well, actually, let's pay off 55,000. Take us under 100,000 left to go. So tomorrow, we should hit the same again. We've got plenty more wood to do and hopefully a few more contracts. But the end is in sight. The loan should be gone by the new year, which is amazing. We are going to be solely concentrating on clearing this area for our goats today. I'm hoping this is going to go straight in, and maybe not. And actually, this gives me a good chance to show you guys. So we'll pull that out of there and move this tree down and out the way, because there is a little trick to getting stuff into this piece of kit that I think is important and that I really want to share with you. Now, if I go into the debug mode and show you guys the collisions, you can see here how the collisions don't always match the trunks. Now, this is done by the developer's console, and I think in the next few days I might try and put out a video on how to enable that. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut a very small slither off this corner here, and you see how it adjusts this so that we have a lot less of that strange bit that's hanging around. So you just need to then just give a little bit of a cut and a little bit of trimming to try and get your logs to then behave themselves. So we've cut off the bad bit that we've got. We'll trim this down and get rid of this bit so that we then get rid of all of that, and you can see how this is now cleaned up and should more easily go in. If we inspect the rest of these, there's a couple here, I think. Yeah, this one here has a weird bit, so we will chop a tiny bit off that corner there, and you see how that cleans that up. Again, it's got a weird bit all across the bottom, so I want to try and get that cut off. So there-ish. Could do it, yeah. And it is just cleaning these up so that they will go into the chipper with as little trouble as possible. Right, let's see if this goes in, and then we can start chipping more of this. But that is the general way to try and sort this and get it to work properly. So let's bring this down. I think I'm on the table. I am on the table. We'll bring that in. That was quite a bit of maneuvering, but you can see now it's chipping that branch without any issue whatsoever. Most of the rest of the logs here have gone in without any issue. We're up to 75% full. In fact, 76, 77, so that's good. I think we're going to have to move. Everything is a little bit of a distance from the tractor now. You can see that we are in need of positioning things a little bit better. So let's bring this up and around and see if we can get the table a bit closer and make sure that the reach for our arm is still good. Oh, we're sliding about. We've had a fresh snowfall overnight, and it's just causing all sorts of issues. We'll move that to there. We should be able now to reach pretty much everything. That far one up there, that is right at the edge of where I can grab. Bring that onto the table. Yeah, that's got it. Let it go. Lift up. And away that goes in. And we should have a full trailer in no time. Yeah, and one more has done it. So we'll turn all this off. We'll turn this on. I want to turn all that off because if I don't, we end up with a problem. On my way back, I'm going to have to repair this tractor because with all this snow about, we absolutely are not going to be able to reverse this trailer up this hill with this tractor. In fact, this tractor's going to have a little bit of problem getting where we need to go. Let's just have a quick look at the wood chips. Yeah, we are 1004 at the animal dealer, which is the other side of the map. So we're going to tag that. And yeah, let's go and get 22,000, over 22,500 for this. Up to the animal dealers. Best place to sell this. We had this last year where the best place just ended up being up here. So tip this. This is going to make us a huge amount of money. I really do recommend, if you are doing a start from scratch or even anything you're doing, December and January, if you can get hold of some wood or plant some trees and do wood chips over the winter, you can make a whole load of money. I mean, we are up to 21,412. We should easily get 2 full trailers of what we've had today. And we've got all of our production stuff as well. Some of that is at its best price too. So that should sell today really well as well. And we'll end up hitting that 50,000 without much trouble at all. So we're coming up to the shop. We're going to just pull into here. And yeah, look at the condition of our tractor. We are going to need the full horsepower on it today. So let's repair it. 6,547 takes us down to 14,000. We're going to need to bump things back up again. And yeah, there's a fuel station just over here at the middle. So it's going to delay us getting back to the farm a bit. But I have no worries today that we can make this money. And so we'll come up here into the fuel station, just grab some quick fuel. There we go. Yeah, I don't have any way of refueling at my farm. In fact, I think this is the first time in this entire series that I've refueled anything. Hopefully there'll be enough power to back this tractor around on the hill. You can see here though, quite a steep hill that we've got to get this up and round on. Yeah, we definitely want to back this round from an uphill point. So like that. Then bring it round. I think we can get it into a position without too much hassle that we'll empty. Yeah, that is all lined up. And yeah, we had 6% in there. So let's start picking more of these off. Oh, we've got a double there that we're going to have to deal with. Wow, that's actually quite a big chunk. Let's get that in then. See if that will actually go. Yep. And that should be a decent amount of wood as well. We've got to jump out though and deal with this. So we've got 3 bits of wood here in one go. I'm willing to bet that it's not great in as far as extra bits kicking around. So I'm going to cut these as straight as I possibly can to hopefully reduce any odd artifacts. And that's cut through those. Oh, that's cut through all 3 of them. So we'll try and get that in sideways first. Down and drop it in. It's sort of going in. No, that's just sort of jammed itself. We'll chop that off there. This might go in by hand, actually. Give that a try. Yeah, it's small enough to just place in here by hand. Both pieces of it. So we'll chop it like that. And then turn it all on. In goes the bottom bit. And in goes the other bit. Perfect. So we're up to 95 pats. Yeah, that is going to give us the full trailer. So we'll let all that go in. We'll turn that off. And we'll turn this all off. And this is load number 2. When fully functional, this little tractor looks great. And in fact, the snow is disappearing now. That is only going to make things easier, although there is more on the way. But yeah, this little tractor is absolutely fantastic. So we'll hit the spot. I think I actually need to get out in order to clear that spot. Yeah. But another trailer full of wood chips up here. They really need them up at the animal market this time of year. Now, in case you're wondering why I haven't taken on any contracts today, that's because there's not many of them. But at this point in the afternoon, I'm just looking at this. We've got 2 £4,000 ones that are not massively expensive to lease. So let's just pull in here to the shop quickly. We'll get those contracts started up and head back to finish off our work. So we will borrow items. Yes. And borrow items. We got ploughing on 22 and cultivating on 16. So select this tractor, create job. 22. We want to get at it from this side here then. Set the position there. And hopefully that will have no problem. So select this bit of kit, create job. And this is going all the way over to 16. So we'll do that there and start job. And hopefully that one will find its way there. And it's off. Perfect. So we can now just crack on with the wood chips as we were doing before. So before we get to finishing off the current tree we're on, I just want to have a quick look around here, see which trees we still have to remove. There's a tree in the middle there that I've marked. Are there any other trees around here? Yeah, there's a tree over there that's marked too. I don't think that one's marked. It's mainly stuff around the edge that I marked where it might get in the way of me putting the fences down. Yeah, bring this back round and down. We've been picked up by the spout, so that's good. Turn that off. Right. We might need to maneuver this because I don't know if this is within reach. We got that. We've got a few little bits. I might just go and do a small bit pickup quickly so that when we restart this, those are going in. Anything else I can pick up by hand? No, that... Oh, that does. Yeah, so that should go in. And then over to here. Hopefully we can reach down and grab this. Yeah, that looks like it. Close up on that. Up we go. And we'll get this in as well. Just try and position that a little bit better in there. No, that has something weird going on the end of it. You can see them here. That is really odd. So what I'll do is we'll get this. We'll trim this section off here, and hopefully that should deal with that. Having that debug screen when you're doing this kind of job is actually becoming something of a necessity because of those weird bits, especially on this type of tree. I kind of wish it wasn't so, but it definitely makes the job easier. So I'm going to leave that running now, and we're going to chop this down to a smaller size and then see if we can pick that up. Oh, no, maybe. Yep, we can pick that wedge up, so we'll put that in. And then we'll try and pick... No, can't pick the next wedge up, so again, we're going to cut this into a wedge. And I'm just going to keep doing that until we've broken this up into enough small pieces to get it all in the chipper. Bottom half of this, I'm cutting into 4 equal slots that should... or planks or logs or... basically so that they should fit in vertically into the chipper with very little issue. There we are. So 4 equal bits. In they go. Hopefully we'll chip without too much problem. Last chunk. I can actually get it on the table and in. There we are. And away it goes. How full is our trailer? We are at 64%. So what trees do we still have to take out? I think this one is okay. Yeah, we're leaving that one. We are taking this one. We're taking this one, not that one, and not that one. Okay, so I think the only trees left to cut... Oh, and this one. This one we can take straight off. And I think most of our remaining trees are going to be like that one. I think the only one that isn't is the one in the middle down the hill there. So cut that and grab it before it falls over. Somebody said there's no tree falling sounds. Definitely heard a tree falling sound when I cut that. Right, stick that one in. That might have problems. Yeah, that has problems because it's got branches. Turn that off. Cut it down. None of these branches are big enough to actually remain as their own thing. As soon as I cut them, they immediately disappear because there's not enough wood in them. But I can't get it into the wood chipper without them. That is weird. Yeah, this tree is tiny, or what remains of this tree is tiny. So just this tree over here just looks a little bit chunkier than the last couple, so this may not be able to be picked up. It might be able to. We'll see. It should either way go straight into the chipper. Yep, we can grab that one as well. Fantastic. I don't know how close we are to having a full trailer. Not there yet because it's still putting wood chips in. Either way, I think other than this tree here, which we'll pick up on the way down, everything is good. Yeah, so it's just this tree. Everything else here is due to remain, and we're only going to take the... Do you know what? I'm going to take this tree out because it is right on the boundary. This one I'm going to leave. So we will take this tree out because it's fairly small. It's not going to grow, and it's going to be in the way of where I want to put my fences. And we're done for up here. Snow is falling thick and fast now. Let's turn that off. And we'll go and move this down to our final tree down here. You know what? I might take out that fir tree as well. Looking at it, I think that we are in a position where that is a little bit in the way. I want to set this so that I can get the other tree going behind, or the other tractor and trailer, sorry, going behind me. I think any of these little trees up here, we don't need those. We are 71% full, so yeah, we're going to get one more complete trailer off here. That is going to give us more than enough money to do what we want to do today. Let's cut this down. This might go in whole if we get this right. Down that goes, timber. Yeah, there are definitely tree falling sounds still. Right. Which way does this want to cut? This wants to cut. You know what? We'll cut it across here and just make it really easy. Will that pick up? Yeah. So these top two branches should pick up. I think the bottom of the tree will pick up as well, if we're lucky. Second of the top two branches in. They're trying to go really high. Let's get it down and in. Is that a branch? That's a branch. There we go. Got rid of that branch and that's in now. And then, yeah, this. I'm not going to jump into the thing and use the crane. We'll just cut it in half and put the two halves in. So much easier, so much quicker. And then this tree here. And then we're running the lumberjack mod on here. I'm not using super strength, but we are going to use the... we are going to use our chainsaw to get rid of the stumps. So let's just go around quickly, see what stumps we have and get rid of them. So especially the ones around the edges here. There's one. Finding these stumps is going to be fun, because we've got lots of them dotted around and I have not massively paid attention to where they are. I think I've got them all. I think I just about got them all except for this one here. Right, we got one of our contracts is finished as well, so we're gonna go and yeah, clean up on that. Get that stump out. Is there another stump over here somewhere? I thought we had another tree down this way. Maybe not. Right, I think that's all the stumps cleared. Oh no, there's one here. Little one here. There we go. And yeah, that I think is all of them. I thought there was another one up here, but I can't see it at the moment. Everything else seems to have gone. Okay, so let's turn all of this off. We want to fold up the tractor. And also fold up that. These can go out the way. We will absolutely make sure that we've got everything before we return these, because they are pretty expensive to go and lease. But we will get them returned before the end of the day. We've done just under 2 hours, so I'm going to turn this off and jump out of it, because I don't want to get another hour cost on that. That would not be good. That will eat into our profits. How full did we get this trailer? 93%. I'm happy with that. That's good. Right, let's go tip this. Then we can come back, sell our productions, and get the contract that is completed. We can get that paid. So here we are, back up the animal market, and is this going to be enough to get us over? It should be. There we go, 50,000. So we are well over what we need today now. And with the cultivating contract complete, we can get 3,682. Those cultivating contracts are absolutely worth it. Just, I would recommend, if you get any cultivating contracts on your map, on your game, run them in the background. Just let them go in the background, earning you that little bit of extra income. It just makes such a difference. So let's go and have a quick look and see if there are any other trees. And even if there are, I'm pretty happy with what we've got left in here. Don't think any of this is going to be in the way. No, this is all pretty good. So I'm happy, even if I have marked any of these trees. I think I'm pretty happy with where we are. Yeah, I've got this one marked as well, but to be honest, I can leave that. I think that will be one that we will spare for today. We've got everything that we needed out of this. I have thought, though, I do need to repair and clean this. Otherwise, I'm not going to get all of my funds back for the base rentals. So, yeah, we've got to return this trailer to the farm, get everything cleaned and repaired, and then we can send it all back. So we'll bring this up here, get this washed on our way through because our pressure washer is here. I don't know how many hours there are on this. Does it tell me? No, it doesn't. But it's got 26% dirt, and it's got 4% damage. So bring it up to here, get it to our workshop, and get any damage repaired as well. So here, repair that for 15. Yes. And then can't return it from here, but what I can do is return it from here. So return that. Yes. Okay. Perfect. £400 back for the trailer. That is not the biggest bit. So we'll put this tractor way in here now. Then we'll grab this, and hopefully getting this cleaned and repaired won't take us over the 2 hours. And that is actually quite clean. This needs just a little bit of dirt off it. Yep. Get it into range of our workshop. Turn it off. Hopefully that is all still in range of our workshop. Yes, it is. Perfect. So 129 repair and 69 repair. Then if we look in here, that is, 1.9 hours. And we want to return that. Yes. And then the hyzo mat, we want to, that's at 1 hours as well, 9 hours as well. Return that. Yes. Okay. And 4,140 and 2,200 returns on those. So up to 66,000. Only thing left to do today is to sell our products. We got some goat's milk. We've got some... Yeah, we've got some goat's milk over here. We've got a few bits over the other way, and we'll probably have some mushrooms as well. So grab the goat's milk first. That is going to sell for 5,052. Oh, wow. And then we've got these here as well. And these are going to sell fairly well. I think we'll get less than 1,000 for the enoki. We never get much for those. But the oyster mushrooms, we tend to get quite a bit more for. And so these two pallets together are going to sell quite well. Yeah. 2,090. Wow, mushrooms are at their maximum price. We've got over 1,000 for the enoki. That doesn't happen often. And then, yeah, we've got various products here, so we'll get these in. Got kimchi, we've got beets, we've probably got some, I think that's some tinned beetroot or preserved beetroot as well. So yeah, plenty to get out of here. So I'll go load all these up and we'll see what our money is by the end of it. Last two pallets, and this is spinach bags and preserved food beetroot. So we started off, we sold another 7,000, 8,000 on top of that. We made 12,000 off everything in our productions today, or everything in that production today. So that is really good. That puts us in a really strong place for next time. I'm not going to build the goat pasture today. We'll do that next time because we're out of time today. But we are at 87,080. That is absolutely incredible. That is going to give us a bit of overhead going into the next day as well, which means that all we've got to do today is pay off 50,000 on our loan. We've only got 95,000 left, so let's repay 50,000, take it down to 45. In fact, I think we'll take it down to 40. We've only got 40,000 to pay off the loan tomorrow. We've got 32,000 in the bank, so that's going to be enough for us to get into February and we should be able to get the loan finished off. Today we've got not a huge amount to do around here, but I think it's still gonna be pretty monumental. I've actually driven out on the road and the long way around because we're gonna be sorting the goats out. I'm also expecting today that we're gonna pay the loan off. I think we might actually be loan free before we start work on this year's crop and getting it in the ground, which would be pretty amazing. We only have £40,000 left on our loan. We want to get the new goat pasture put in, which is going to be going there. And we want to get it before our goats are ready to reproduce again. And they've run out of water, so that has actually been put on hold. Quite an achievement we've made to be getting to this point where we're going to be loan free before we even get our third crop of rice planted. I'm really quite happy with that, and from there on we can start concentrating on the farm. I want to see if I can get more rice paddies put in. We've got lots of fields around us that we might be able to buy and put some tiered rice paddies in. There are no contracts other than a dead wood and a wood transport. Let's pop over here because I want to change this. We're currently producing goat's milk, but goat's milk produces at a really slow rate. So I'm going to activate the goat's cheese as well, which actually goes a lot faster, but takes more goat's milk to actually... And in fact, it does it at about the same rate, but does a lot more cycles per month. So as a result, we end up with producing more stuff. We can also produce goat's milk butter, so I'm gonna do that as well, and hopefully we'll produce more out of here than we are at the moment. This runs a bit faster than the bottled goat's milk as well. We can then head over to our stand. I think we've not quite got a full row of pallets for the rice yet. I'm gonna keep producing rice and storing rice there. So let's grab our first lot. As normal, the enoki mushrooms have produced a pallet. They tend to produce a pallet every day. If we don't pay off the loan today, then I think we'll be able to next time without too much hassle at all. I mean, we are already up to 32,000. Drop these off here. Some rice rolls. That gives us 3,436 from those. Yeah, there's really not much we can earn cash from today. Even our productions have slowed right down. In fact, that makes me wonder if our productions are a bit empty. So what do we have going on in our preserved food factory here? We are not out of most things. We've got chili peppers, garlic, napa cabbage, rice, spinach, and spring onion. So I think, yeah, we're missing stuff for the canned peas, so we will deactivate that. The kimchi's all good. The preserved beetroot, that has run out, so we will deactivate that as well. The rice rolls, we're still doing stuff with rice, so there's still plenty of rice, and there's still plenty of spinach to process. So all of that is good. Oh, we've got this plowing contract that we finished on 22 after the end of last time. We need to complete and collect that. And yeah, as I said, we've got a wood transport and a dead wood. So let's pick this up. It's 4,845, 259 to actually do it. So yeah, that's pretty cheap. So we will borrow the items for that. Yes. And I'm just wondering, the dead wood is there. We do have a chainsaw, and I think that might be in the rough area. 54. Where are 54 and 69? So 54 is over there and 69 is over here. We will take the 2 contracts we got today. We're going to accept the dead wood, and then that puts us into this piece of kit. So we'll start this up. We are going to head up to the deadwood contract first, which is just the other side of the roadway. Might be an interesting one to get to this. And then we can finish off the loan today with just a couple of really simple little contracts. And then that means we can concentrate on the farm next time. I'm not sure I've actually been up this way yet. This is the way up to the temple, which is not a project that I've attempted in this series at all. And yeah, I have not been up this part of the map at all. This is really picturesque and really quite pretty. The temple is up that way there, but we're heading up into the woodlands. I do kind of wonder what a forestry type playthrough on here would be like. There seems to be a fair amount of scope to it. There's a good large forestry area on Hutan Pantai. And as far as the forestry series go, I think it could be quite an interesting one. We've done a lot of wood chip on here though, and I'm not quite sure that I'm ready to dip my toe into that at the moment. Right, our actual contract we're doing now though for this deadwood is in here, and I think I can see my first tree. Yep, this one needs felling, so we'll take this quite low. And if I fell all these and then come and cut them afterwards, or come and pick them up afterwards, we should be in fairly good stead. I see a red marking up ahead. Right, this one I'm going to fell in that direction. It's quite flat through here, but I think getting the truck through here is going to be quite interesting. Is that another one at the top of the hill here? Yes, it is. Right, we want to fell this that way then. So that goes down that way there. Got another one over this way. This has a lot of trees for such a low-paying deadwood contract. I mean, this is our 4th tree. How many do we have to actually get? So there's 9 trees here. So one more puts us over halfway through. Oh, how am I going to collect this? We got 2 out this way that are just going to be... I might have to try and get them as far down the hill as possible. I would really like to collect the wood from these, but I don't know how I'm going to get the truck down here to do it. Don't know how I would have done this. Oh, wow, with the other bit that it gave us. And so this takes us up to 7. Is this one here? This could be. Yeah, this is one. So we want to fell this that way, and then there's one final one I need to find. Can't be hiding too far away. Ah, here we go. One final red marking, and I'm gonna fell it across this way here. Right, like that, and that is the contract completed. 5 meters. Right, let's cut that there, and I want to see if I can pick that up. No, I can't pick that up, so we are gonna have to get the truck up here to collect these 5-meter trees. That is going to be quite some challenge. Okay, I think that is all of the trees. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then yeah, that's all the trees on this side, and then we've got 7. Where are the last two? 7, 8, and 9 down the bottom there. Okay, so I think I've gathered up all of the top halves of the trees that are out there. So the top 2 sections are all able to be picked up by hand. I'm going to try and get them into the trailer now. That has got grabbed by... Oh, well, that's got grabbed by the actual floor there. A little bit of a mess this. I might actually be better off using the arm to pick these up and move them. Yeah, this is much easier than moving these by hand. I'm actually slightly surprised by that. That's if I can line things up right. But yeah, they slot in quite nicely. And my next question is, how many of these light ones can I pick up at once? And so yeah, let's see how this works. Down, try not to knock them. Yeah, down. We're around all of them. Oh, we might get all of these at once. Let's give that a try. Look at that. That is absolutely awesome. That got all of those on there a lot quicker than if I'd have done it by hand. I do want to just try and shift them about a little bit, see if we can get the pile a little bit cleaner and just try and slot them in a bit deeper. That way, when we come to do other bits and pieces in a minute, it won't cause a problem. Yeah, you can see here, it's caught on the front bits. And half the fun of this is trying to get myself into areas where there's enough space to swing the crane round. We are 2 trees into this now, I think. And yeah, you can see the fun I've had sort of getting up to the top here. So we'll get this down and in. Yeah, it's working. It's working pretty well. I just need to be able to get in there and get these picked up. Tree number 3 collected up. And we want to pull that up and in. Oh, this can be very slow, this last part, because you're trying to come up and you're trying to bring in as well. And when you get to a certain point when bringing it in, it starts to lower down as well, which always causes problems. Now these pieces of deadwood are probably going to be enough to give us the money to finish things off and get the loan paid off on its own, which is pretty amazing. I've got one more tree up here, I think. Can't see any others. Just the other side of here. Yeah, we've got some here. I think we can get this side of it. It's going to be the most effective place. Yeah, down that goes. And on. Perfect. Right, we just have the 3 then that are down at the far side to deal, down by the road to deal with. This is a little bit precarious driving down here. Gonna bring it around slowly, but we're gonna be at one hell of an angle as we come over here. Yeah, look at that. That is okay. It's not too bad. So we've got 1 tree here, 1 tree there, and 1 that is still leaning on the road. So, like with the previous ones, we're just going to cut down here, clear this off, and then cut this into 5-meter sections. Should be able to move the bottom 2 out, and that will give the tree a nice bit of movement down to where we can pick it up. Last bit. Right, and everything should just slide down. Yeah, look at that. Oh, and this one's got stuck up here. That's a little bit annoying, but I can't move it. So, yeah, we'll have to try and get that. Well, what we can do is go the other side of here, and then we should be able to pick it up from behind without too much hassle. We are one hell of a slope. Oh wow, that does feel a little bit icky. But yeah, look at that. Can reach down there, lift that up. It feels weird because it is lying flat, but the tree is not. So yeah, it's very, very weird. We can get it on here though without a problem. Things will all be great, and that looks like that's going to be the case. It's fallen down the side there, but that's not a problem. Yeah, there we are. Everything's repositioned a bit, and then we're just a little bit downhill with this one. Yeah, this feels really weird. That's some very odd angles, but looks like going to be able to get this. I can grab it there. Yeah. Oh, in fact, that might just close up on it. No. Okay, perfect. That'll do. As long as it gets in there, it's all good. But trying to get this on here at this angle is just horrendous. It feels really weird. We are on such an extreme slope that I can't quite get my bearings. Let's grab that, and yeah, it won't get on there easily. And I feel like I'm falling down the slope the whole time. Right, there we go. That's where I want to be. And we want to grab the end of that and push it up there. But it won't do it. There we go. In and in. I think it's because we've got this on here. Get that out of the way. Then I might actually be able to push these on here. Yeah. Jumping from uphill, downhill works better. Right. There we go. And now I've just got to cut this one. And while we're here, we might as well go and try and sort this one out. This is just going to collapse straight off the road the moment I cut it. And just be a little bit difficult to do. I'm going to have to run along here like this to try and do this. But at least once we've done this, it'll come off the road fairly easily. Should fall down and away, and I can cut it. So 5 meters. Just gotta get these last 2 trees on here, and this is going to be all very well worth it. Final 2. I managed to sort of load everything else up, but these 2 are pretty steep up here. Let's see if we can unfold this and get round and collect them. We're also pretty full, so hopefully we're gonna miss the. Hopefully we're gonna miss our stack that's on the trailer. Yep. This is an impressive amount of wood we've got as well. I'm very, very pleased with how much dead wood we've got here. Right, let's grab that and pull that up the hill. I think if we can get both of these on at once, that would be good. So let's position this here, undo that, come here, then because we're downhill, I think we should be all right for getting this in. So if I do that and just pull it downhill ever so slightly. Yeah, so like that, down, then pull downhill slightly, and then grab those 2. That's perfect. Oh, so pleased with that. Although, oh Lord, that felt really scary for a moment. So I just want to get these last 2 in. Come on, that's it. Up a little bit, back a little bit. Okay, release there. Up. Go on, go on. There we are. Hopefully should sit there rather nicely. Close that up, bring that round. We'll just lock all of those down. And if that's around that side there, it should very easily fold up. And we can go and sell this wood and I think probably pay off our loan. We are so precarious up here. It's unbelievable. But we should be able to go straight down underneath the road and go and get back onto the main road that way rather than having to go over the top of here. So let's carefully negotiate our way down here. I think this will fit underneath the underneath this. Yeah, depending on how I go. And I think we need to go under and out this way in order to make it. Yeah, there seems to be a little bit of an old river way there. Bit bumpy, but this truck can go pretty much anywhere. And then we're out and onto the road. Let's go find our sawmill. Taken us most of the day to collect up this deadwood, and I'm really, really hoping that it's been worth it. We're only going to get about 1,300 for the actual deadwood contract. Where is... This must be our drop-off point, I'm hoping. So we'll stop this here. Come over to here and do this. Yeah, there we go. 1,691 for all that work. It's given us 40,000 and we're actually able to complete the deadwood contract, collect that. And if we go to the finances, we do have 42,000, so I am going to repay the rest of the loan. We are now loan free on here. So very, very pleased with that. We didn't need to make a push for 50,000 today, which is perfect. And I'm just going to go and do this wood collection contract to finish things off and make sure that we have enough money to go into the next day. Not that that's a problem now, because we have no loan left to cover each day. Either one of these contracts would have paid enough to complete complete the loan today. So, you know, we could have just done this one and done it. But to be honest, I'm quite pleased to have done both. I do need the money to pay for the new goat pasture, and we should be able to have that tomorrow. We're gonna have a few bits from our production to do, and the contract should start coming in again because it's gonna be we're gonna be into March. So I'm gonna get this loaded up quickly. We won't cover this too much because this is a fairly simple contract, and I've got very used to doing these, although I haven't done one of these in a while, so I'm a little bit rusty. But yeah, this is not a hard contract to do. is all of them loaded on. So we'll fold that up. And that is very precariously on that edge. In fact, yeah, that's kind of strapped off the edge. I'm not too worried about that, though. That should get us back. And so we'll head round. We'll head over. And, yeah, even with that strapped on the side there, we should be able to get up to the sawmill and get these all dropped off. Got this contract done so much faster than the Deadwood, and we're gonna make just as much money from it. It's absolutely crazy how quickly you can do these wood transporting contracts if you can load things up pretty well. So we'll pull this in here. We'll turn this off because we're going to complete the contract. And we are just about inside. And complete it. There we go. And £25 in sold wood as well. And then we'll collect this contract here. And yeah, there's another Deadwood contract come up. But I'm pleased with this. We are 6,877 in the bank. We are debt free. And now the world is our oyster. We can really start to thrive here on Hutan Pantai. We are debt free and we don't really have a huge amount to do on our farm. Unfortunately, rice planting doesn't begin till April, so we've got a month where we don't have anything to do with the rice. And the contracts are a little bit thin on the ground still at this time of year. However, we do have more contracts coming in all the time. You can just see that weeding contract turned up. However, where I'm going to start is this stone picking contract right in front of the shop on field 2. And we can earn 17,752 for it. So we'll earn about 17,000 once we take the borrowed equipment into account. So let's borrow the items for this. And yeah, there's a few contracts kicking around. I think that weeding contract is going to be a good one for us to do today as well. The great thing about us not really having anything else to do around here at the moment is that we can just go and do these contracts ourselves, have a day earning some extra cash, and discussing where we're going to go on this series. Because, of course, as I said at the start, we have now paid off the loan, and I've had an idea. Our next series, as I've said, is going to be on Calmsden. We're going to be heading over there as soon as the map is released. So at any point now in the near future, we could end up selling up here and moving over there. So that is what we're going to be doing. We're going to sell up on this map. We're going to take whatever money we have on this map and we're going to take it over to Calmsden and see if we can set up a farm with that. That should give us a decent boost, because one of the things I remember about Calmsden from FS22 is that the initial yard and everything can be a little bit expensive to get yourself set up with. So what I'd really like to do is have that extra bit of cash that we can get in there with. So at the moment, I've estimated our farm is worth around about 350,000. If we can get that up to £500,000, that would give us £500,000 in the kitty. It would also give us the ability then to borrow a little bit on top, so we could get that up to £1 million with a £500,000 loan. And we would then have an aim on that series of getting that loan paid off, starting from scratch with that, but with the extra little bit of money that we've earned from this farm, and just sort of build our way up, see how much further that gets us. And I'd really like to do that. I think that would be a great way to go. And doing that shouldn't be too difficult. We have been earning 50,000 a day for most of the last few months. We should be able to continue doing that, I think. We'll at least earn probably about 30,000 today if we can get this right. and we can do the contracts. So yeah, we should end up with a good $500,000 to get us started. Now this is one of the bigger fields on this map, and I'm just looking at it. I'm wondering if I should be getting the weeding contract going at the same time on the other field, simply because, well, we're doing alternate rows. We are 10% of the way through this contract. We are 72% full. I am just wondering if it's going to be more cost effective today to get that weeding contract doing separately. Let's have a look at this. We've got we've got a spraying contract to come up as well. We've also got a bale wrapping contract come up that would probably be pretty good for us too. So I think I'm going to get this. It's on field 8 and we can set this going quite nicely. So we will borrow the items for that. And I'm also going to pick up this bale wrapping contract. So we will borrow the items for that as well. Now, this contract here, I've been doing alternate rows. I don't know if the AI worker will have a fit if I do this. So let's go OK to that and see what the AI worker does. I think we'll leave that going and see what a mess this makes of this field. Meanwhile, we'll jump in this and get this going on the next contract and see if we can make some money off a bit of weeding. This should be able to just head straight up to the field and do it itself. So we'll select that. We will create job. This is going to be weeding field 8, so we'll set it off there. And, oh, no. And try that again. There we go. Set that off there and start job. That, I think, is thinking about it and heading off. And then we can jump in this and go and do the baling contract. Or the wrapping contract, while our other tractors keep working on what they're working on. So there we go. Right, let's go wrap some bales, because I think our stone picker is doing the headlands now. Our John Deere, it seems, has a full tank, so we need to go and get this emptied. I don't have a spare tractor with which I can get the trailer round to it and get this job done. So I'm gonna have to come back to this and empty it on a regular basis. It's taken a while to get full, so it's not the end of the world. It's not gonna get full that often, but it does still mean I need to take time out of the other jobs. And I think taking on 3 contracts at once, that is, in the end, just going to work out so much better for us. It's actually fairly good that our trailer is down here at the shop. So we'll back up to this, spin it around, and there we go. Backing up here. Then we should be able to just empty into the trailer, which is a fantastic feature of this that I didn't work out till really, really late in FS22. I worked it out when I was doing 6 ashes, and yeah, it's a great way to empty stones off the field. The one-way system around Hutan Pantai really makes it take ages to get to anywhere. If you're having to go through the town, and a lot of the time you're having to go through the town. There is this 2-way road through the middle of it, but the one-way system around the edge always forces you to end up going through this road one way or the other. Right, I want to come out this way, I think, and head out the road at the far end here. This little Massey as well is a great little tractor. I've got this on the community multiplayer, and it served us really, really well on the farm. I do want to replace it with a telehandler on there, I think. But as just a little utility tractor, it's been an absolutely fantastic piece of kit. Right, let's unfold this. And yeah, and now it should wrap these bales without too much problem whatsoever. Whoa. There we go. Just need to give it enough time to actually get the bale into the wrapper. And I want to set the auto drop on. So there we go, automatic dropping. And then open up for the next one. In it goes. This job is not going to take us very long, I don't think. This is going really smoothly. We've almost got the whole way around this bale wrapping contract. It pays so well for such a quick job. I'm still kind of working out which jobs pay the best. I think baling contracts are still up there. You can earn a lot of money very quickly on a wrapping contract like this, especially with a really big one. You go around the field very, very quickly with the right tractor and the right setup. And this is a perfect example of that. It is just, we're straight round and done very, very fast. We've only got 3 more of these bales to go. So we'll get this one done. And we'll get the last 2 here done, and then complete this. And yeah, that'll be another 4 grand in the bank. And last bale, there we go. Now, one thing I have been talking about doing for a while, and that we might invest some of this money into today, is we need to put the new goat pasture in. We've cleared a load of trees over the last couple episodes, and that does need doing. So we'll need to get that done. This contract, of course, is done as well. So let's just collect on that. So bale wrapping completed 4,102. Nice little payday for a very quick job. So we will collect that. Yes. How's our stone picking doing? Our stone picker is still going round, and our weeder is still going up and down. So we've got more contracts appearing all the time. I don't think... Oh, we've got a mowing contract that would be fairly quick to do. And yeah, it's not the highest paying, but spraying will cost us money and sowing will cost us money, especially as... Wow, that is a potato contract. That is going to take forever. For that much money, that is not worth it. So, yeah, we'll borrow the items and we'll go and do this mowing contract. Again, mowing contracts are quite fast, especially when you're running a bit of kit like this that is pretty wide. These Vermeer mowers are really nice, actually. On the realism experiment, we're running a set of these. And it's the first time I've really had a play with these, and they've been really good mowers from what I've seen so far. We had a little bit of a play around with them in the first episode. We were going to do some mowing contracts with them in the 3rd episode, but we ended up getting sidelined by a carrot contract. If you want to catch up on that, the VOD is now available. And I might try and put it in the link above. But yeah, having a lot of fun on the realism experiment. And if you're not joining me live for that, come join me live. Our next one is going to be on Friday. And yeah, we are on Riverview for that series. And we have these mowers. And we're doing cows. And we're about to get our first water buffalo. So yeah, well worth coming to check all of that out. On here, though, these mowers already are doing a grand job. That is just... What are we up to? On this mowing contract, we're already 20% of the way through it. I'm going to do 2 headlands with this mower. And then we will see if we can start cutting across it. I wonder if this will change sides. Let's just see. That's start up and down. The other one is fold up. Let's see. Can we Yes, there we go. So we can turn it to go the other side if we want. Quite a bit of a way. I wonder if I can do that on my joystick. No, it doesn't seem to be set up on my joystick. So, yeah. It might be just a bit of a pain. Moving that across with the mouse is not fun. At the same time, it would be nice to be able to do sort of strips up and down. Down we go with the mower. So we are making very short work of this. We are already 41% of the way through now, and we're only on the second headland. So at the end of this row, I'm going to take this and turn it. So around that goes. Lift it up. Spin around and go back the same way. Yep. Liking that. It works. Just need to get it to do it on a slightly different setup to make it that little bit more smooth, I think. Once again, we got a full tank though on our John Deere. It is, looks like it's starting going up and down this side. So let's lift that up. Fold that up a bit, and a little bit of mud on the road as we head back and get these empty. Yeah, this stone picking contract is definitely taking quite a bit of time, and I'm glad that I've gone and set myself doing other contracts at the same time, because otherwise we'd have just got this done today and nothing else. Sun is beginning to come out a little bit now. I'm hoping this rain is going to pass soon. It's not a huge problem for us. It's not like we're harvesting or anything, but it is a little bit annoying. Bring that around as we shoot round. Oh god, yeah, that is not a good way to do that. Turn it before you turn, I think, is the answer to that. Otherwise it gets all sorts of jammed up. But we're back, we're round, and we're good. Yeah, I think a little bit more care when getting everything turned is what I need to do. Coming up to 93% complete on this. Just turning the mower around so that we can get around the other way. It's really bumpy where all of the grass is cut. Very interesting the way it's come to. I don't think this is particularly due to rain. I think this is just the way the grass is. But it's very bouncy and very uneven when you've got grass cut like this. And we are so close to being there. I'm not going to bother turning the mower this time, because we've got almost a full width of the mower just from down here, and it is a bit of a chore to turn it. 99, and there we go. That is this contract finished as well. So let's collect on this. It's only 1,492, but every little counts. Okay, and then we'll see if anything new has turned up. Oh, we got a new weeding contract turn up on field 7. How far through is our current weeding contract? That is 73%. So what I think we'll do is for 15,877, we will accept that contract on field 7, which is right next door, and we can take over on this weeding contract. So let's stop our hired worker. Let's bring this up, put the steering assist on. Okay. And I think this actually is on the last bit of it. This is on the headland. So we should be able to just finish this off ourselves in no time flat and move straight on to the next field. And these weeding contracts are weird because there is no sign of the weeds on these fields. So going over this, we've got no indication of where we've been and where we've still got to go, which is a little bit odd. So I've got this tractor going through this field here. It is working on the contract, but I've no idea where it's already been and how much of this final headland it still has to go. Although I think it was on that row, coming to the end of that road there when we picked this up. So yeah, we should be good. We're gonna hit the end of this contract before the end of this row. Of course, we can't complete this contract and collect it because we have got to we've got to go and use this equipment now on the next contract. So I'm saving myself money, but maybe it started halfway through the row because it's not done yet. We're at 99% and we're done. Yeah, I think it had only just started its setup, just around the corner bit there. So that is all good. We'll now go and cross the road on the other side and get field 7 done. Ended in quite a nice place, which is good, useful. And stone picker still isn't 50% of the way through that contract. That is such a big contract, and I'm quite pleased that I changed my mind and didn't try and do all of that today myself. Now, because of the way that this contract works and because we can't actually see any progress on the field itself, I'm gonna have to use the GPS and the color of the GPS lines to work out where I've been and where I've still got to go. If I lift this and turn this, you'll be able to see now that the GPS lines have gone dark where I've been, and they remain sort of white where I haven't. So we'll drop that down, and yeah, hopefully this is going to be enough, because if there's any small patches that I miss, they are going to be very, very difficult to find on this contract. I'm tempted to switch contracts, actually, because this contract would mean that the hired worker would get everything. So if I do that and do that, that would work really well. And then this here is full again, and we really need to... Oh, let's not activate the hired worker. Let's fold it up instead. We really would just keep going with this contract and emptying on a regular basis. So I think that is going to be a better way to do things. That way we won't keep stopping on the weeding contract to go and get this emptied. We can just keep plugging away at this contract. And now that we have all 3 of our contract slots filled, it makes much more sense for me to be concentrating on this stone picking contract that does need emptying on a fairly regular basis, rather than the weeding contract that doesn't require my time on it to keep functioning properly. So we'll turn the steering assist on this and start it up, drop it down and into the road. Yep. And then we can just keep going on this, and we know that we've got alternate rows later on. I'm gonna try and follow what the hired worker was doing though, and see if we can keep that going quite nicely. We are not quite 50% done on here yet though, so there's still quite a bit of work on these stones to get going. The rain has stopped and we've got nearly another full stone picker. We've just hit 60% on the contract as well. So there we go. That is 100% full. Let's head down to the other end. Yeah. Fighting across this is quite tough. It seems the tractor doesn't want to go much faster than about 10 miles an hour on this plow. It really struggles to get across it at anything or any speed really higher than about 10 miles per hour. I think part of that actually is that we have a stone picker with 2,000 liters of stones in it. It's gonna be a little bit heavy pulling this, or this tractor pulling it across this. Coming up to another full stone picker. Just a couple more and we should be there. There we go. So we'll fold this up. And again, struggling on this plow. We seem to be doing about 10% of the field for every full stone picker. So by the looks of it, we've got another 3 full stone pickers in order to get this contract finished. When I restarted stone picking this time, I started it from this end, and I think it might have paid off. We're at 89%, so we are going to start heading back down the next row. But I don't think we're going to be that far down it before we have to empty, and that means we have to drive across a lot less plow to get things unloaded, which should work to our advantage. Although, having said that, I've made it nearly halfway down the field and I'm still not full. In fact, there we go. That is the full point. And yeah, wow. I made it quite a way down the field before that filled up. That trailer is looking a bit full at this point. We may have to empty that out before we finish this contract. My 2 contracts are neck and neck now. We've got 85% complete on the stone picking, 88% now complete on the weeding. Wow, that's suddenly jumped. The weeder is going to be done momentarily. It's just maneuvering around that corner, I think. Yeah, it's maneuvering around there. That's going to go down for its last time. We are at 93% full on these stones. In fact, yeah, there we go. The weeder has finished, so we will complete that contract in a moment. I am at 96% full on here, which is why I haven't stopped the weeder yet. And this rope here, yeah. And yeah, we're now into our alternate rows that we started off with. I think I'm going to leave this just driving down here when it gets full. 95, 99. Yep, there we go. So fold up. I'll leave that going down there. Meanwhile, we will complete all of our weeding contracts here. So 7,000 from 7,720 from that, and 15,877 from that. And that puts us 33,149. We got 17,000 off this contract, so we should hit 50,000 today. One big question that remains: do we have enough space in this trailer to fit this load of stones? Please say that's the case, because that is going to make our life so much easier. No, we don't. Right, we got to go and get rid of these stones then before we can finish this contract off. Best price for stones. There's no sell point for stones. Thankfully, I do have somewhere where we can tip them. We'll just put them on the corner here, just over here, just off the side. It's still land I own. Yes, it is. Fantastic. So we'll just tip them up here, just out the way of everything else, and that will make it nice and easy for us to clear up later, I hope, or just forget about them. The rest of these stones we'll just leave in the trailer and the picker, actually, and then when we finish, we'll be able to just return them. Is that really emptying on its own? That's fantastic. Yeah, that is absolutely fantastic, because I tried to empty and then failed. It just emptied on its own when I came back. Right, the rest of these, yeah, can all just go, can be returned with the equipment, with the contract. So let's get the rest of this done. Steering assist on. Okay, there, on, down, and we've only got a very little bit of this contract left to go. Coming into the last row, and we've got just a few more stones to get. They'll easily fit in there. In fact, wow, that was very quick after 99% that finished. But that contract is all done as well. So let's collect on that 16,972. I think this will be enough. There we go, all collected. And yes, there we go, 50,116. We once again have hit that 50,000 today. So a couple more of those, and we're going to go very well set up into Calmsden Farm, which will be brilliant. Today, we are going to be doing the rice planting. So I'm just filling up with a bit of fertilizer there. We then have a whole load of rice pellets over this way. We've got less than 1% currently sitting in the back of this. So we're just going to back up to here and hopefully take one of these out. So refill that planter. And of course it's taking one. This is mad. It's taking that one there instead of any of these four to fill this up, which is a little bit crazy. And it can't fill right to the top because of the tiny amount we have left. So we'll start with the field furthest away. I think we'll get a hired worker doing this job. There's plenty of stuff for us to do around the farm. And if there are any contracts kicking about, which I'd expect there to be at this time of year, then I want to go and get those started off. So let's head right down here. We might head all the way around to the bottom field. Yeah, right down the bottom here should get it done. So we'll come on, and currently we are in steering assist mode. So we'll switch this to AI worker. We will start that going off. These fields need flooding, so we will get this field flooded. Yeah, I forgot that we have to actually plant these in water, so this should be fine now. Are you going to work? Yep. So that should start planting now that that's flooding. And then while that is going, let's have a look at what we have in the contracts. Oh, and there's a few contracts today. Ideally, these weeding contracts would be fairly good. So field 9 would be pretty good, and field 43. Now field 9 has this weeder here, and field 43 has that one. So let's have a look at those. We've got the N-Bok here at 41,000 with a width of 12 meters, and oh wow, and then we've got the Elmer Super 7 at 15 to 27 meters. So this one could be huge and get the job done quicker. So we're going to borrow the items for that one, and we are going to take 43. So let's accept that. Okay, and that gives us this equipment here, the Case 2600, and yeah, that's looking pretty wide, that Elmer's weeder. So we should be able to just hook this all up, send this down to the field and get it going. That will bring us in 14,000 for today. So bring that up to there. There we go. And back away. I can then select this tractor, create job, and we want it to do 43 first. If I set it on that corner, it should be fine. So start that job, and that should now be calculating its route and heading off. Yeah, it took a moment, but the hired worker is off. And even with a big piece of kit like this, that can get that across the road. So that should be absolutely fine. And then in preparation for our seeder going across all of our fields, we need to get everything flooded. We want to get all of this rice in today and should have no problem doing that, I don't think. It is just a case of going around and flooding all these fields. Just one more field to go. So we'll get this one flooded as well. And then this one here, get this in and flood this. Perfect. Right. Now, yesterday, we didn't actually sell any of our products, so we're going to go and do that next. So let's start this up, and we'll go and collect up everything that we have to sell today. This is the downside to having to load our mushrooms up on the roadside, is we get cars shooting past. But that is the first pallet, and I'm going to try and stack these on top and take all 3 of these at once. So how much are we going to get for the mushrooms? 924 for the enoki. Actually, that's pretty good. That is about 4 grand, just under 4 grand for our mushrooms today, which is a great start. 2 pallets of rice saplings down to the field. I don't want to drive onto the field with this, so we will place them down here. I'm hoping if I bring the rice planter over this way that we might be able to get it to just then go back onto the field. So we'll take the hide worker off this. No, hide worker off. Yeah, there we go. Take control of it ourselves and go and get this refilled. Over to the rice pallet over here. How are we on fertilizer? Oh, we've got plenty of fertilizer. So refill that, get all of the pallets on. And I love the way this refills. Look at that. Just all of those across and then all of them across the top as well. Right, and then back onto the field. Set the hired worker going. Meanwhile, I'm going to empty out our packing plant. We've got several bits of crop in here. So it looks like we've got some spinach, we've got some kimchi, and we've got some rice cakes. Looks like we've got a few pallets of these, and we could end up with a decent amount of our target today just from loading up this, I think, because as I said, we didn't do it yesterday, and we normally get around about 10 grand just from our products each day. And it appears that might pan out. We know we're going to get about 6,000 from these 2 pallets of rice rolls, and we're at 64,000. So there we go, 70,000. We have hit 20,000 today off these products, which is amazing because, yeah, that is a decent 10 grand a day income from our farm alone. That means 120,000 a year just from those. And we've got a pallet of honey. We've sort of been building honey up on here slowly, but there's not really any well, it's not really even a full pallet in the nearly 4 years that we've been running the farm. So I think I'd need to add more honey pallets in. Now we need to put in the new goat pen today as well. I've been talking about this for ages, and yeah, that needs doing. I think our goats need more food as well. Even though we've got an entire thing full of meadowgrass here, it looks like we've not actually got any. Looks like the goats aren't making any progress at the moment, which has also put the reproduction on hold as well. Let's just check these. Yes, our goats have water, but they have no food because the meadow hasn't redone. So everything's on hold. We need to go and get some feed for them, and we need to put in the new goat pasture. So let's drop this off here and keep the goats stuff still producing from the dairy. I don't think we're near to... No, we're not near to butter, cheese, or bottled milk at the moment. So we've got a fair amount to go on all of those, and we'll keep those producing. So next job, I think, is to go and take our little tractor with the flatbed trailer, and we will head down to the shop, see if we can pick up a couple of bales of hay, and then we can put the new goat pasture in. So down at the shop, let's just park this here. We're going to use the forklift to load these on, but we just need a couple of bales of hay. In fact, I think I will probably pick up 4 bales of hay. So square hay bales, perfect. We'll pick up 4 of these. Buy that, yes, okay. And then with our forklift over here, which we haven't used that much, we will go and get these loaded up. I think we're going to end up today spending most of the money that we earn, simply trying to get things into a position where we might get a little bit more cash at the end of all of this. Up with that. Yeah, that works. Not wholly realistic, but it works. And oh, wow, this would also be going over sideways with that kind of set up. Put that there like that. We'll see if we can get a little bit more centered for the second pair. Grab those in there like that. If I only spend 14,000 on the on getting the new goat set up, then we won't actually have an issue, because that is how much we're expecting to make off our contracts today. Wow, those don't fit side by side on this, but they're going to be sticking out a little bit on that side. Not the end of the world. They are on there. This is a perfect example of how not to do things. We're going to take these down this way here, and then we'll be able to easily unload them with our front loader. I don't think we've got a bale spike, so we'll have to use our forks here as well. Let's just park this here for now, and we can use our front loader here to just go and move those bales here. I don't think I've ever had a bale spike on here. I think we've always used the pallet forks to do this. So I'm going to try and basically get the pallet forks underneath to just be that's much more realistic, or at least close to the bottom of the bales. Around here and over. Should be able to get that in there. Let's undo those straps. Get that. Yeah, like so. There we are. Try not to back off the cliff that's behind me, because that would be very bad. And then over here and down and in to feed the goats. Exactly what we need to do on here. And that should get them going again. Be good, because there's plenty of water. We will fill up the water, because we're going to have to fill up the water in the other one. There we are. That's got that done. And then back round, and we'll get ourselves positioned. Well, we'll keep this stuff out of the way for now, because all those goats now should be going. The ones that are about to reproduce, we want to get them into a brand new pen over here. We've been clearing all this space for this pen. I'll move myself out the way, and we'll go into build mode. Here are our various things. So we want a sheep pen. Oh, come on. We need to place it there, but it says I cannot place fence here. This is something I hadn't considered. I hadn't considered the problem that I might not be able to place the entrance section where I wanted to. That I would end up without space. And yeah, look at this. So can't place this here because I've got a tree in the way. Yeah, there's no way to... I can't place it. I just can't place it. That is very, very annoying. Even toggling free mode, I can't place that there. We really need to be able to place this, and it won't let me, even though I want to go and do that. Let's turn that off. There is no way unless I place this all the way up here. So it looks like our new goat pen is going to have to be here. Now, is there any way I want to put toggle free mode on, and we're going to have to place it up here, which is incredibly annoying. Yes, we want to customize the fence. There's restricted area over there. We should have a fairly big area here still. We did clear most of this out anyway. Oh yeah, look at this. This is actually going to be a pretty big goat pen, which is really good for us. And back up to there. Yes, I want to plant the meadow. And it does mean that rather than it being down the bottom here, we now have it all the way up here. We used free mode to do this, so I need to rework the land here a little bit, because as you can see, that is raised way outside. Hey, I think I've got it. I think I've sorted it. Yeah, this has not been the best way of doing this, but we seem to have a fairly decent setup here. I think any goat though is gonna jump out of that there with no issue whatsoever, and there's no way I think I've got a redoing that that bit there. Oh, nothing about this has gone according to plan, which is really disappointing. I'm very tempted to sell the whole thing and retry it, but we've spent a lot of money, and I'm slightly disappointed on how much money I've spent to do that as well. I'm not happy. I'm really not happy with that. So what I'm going to do is a little bit mad. We are going to sell that. So let's go into demolition mode on this. So animals, and I want to enter demolition mode. So B, and we're going to remove this. How do I remove this? Yeah, there we go. 7,000. Ow. But I think I need to put in a sheep pasture that actually works around here. And the current one is not that. Yeah, let's move those out the way, and then we'll try this again. Now I moved those out the way. Let's smooth this hillside out again so that we are where we were before. So I'm going to take a big one here and just smooth that out quickly, and then let's try and put a sheep pasture in that actually works on this hillside. So sheep standard pasture, not be placed here. I don't want it. This is the thing, you cannot place fence here. There's so much area where apparently we can't place a fence around here, which is really annoying. To do this, I don't know what object this is overlapping with. Ideally, we want it just this side of this fence here. And I don't like the fact that if you're placing a fence, you have to place it well above or well away from the whole setup. You can't set it so that you will be able to do to place a fence. To do that, that is just going to create a flat area. Or that is just going to do stuff that is going to float. There's nowhere around here. We've got to be well above, and there, that is it. And if I do that, I overlap with another object. So finding somewhere where it doesn't overlap with anything is just painful. The lowest point I can place it, and a point where it does the minimal amount of changing the ground, is around here somewhere. There. So we'll place it there, and we want to place this, and you can see the massive increase in the ground it's done there for that. And now I've got to try and place the fence in such a way that it's not going to have an issue with anything around here. And there we go. Yes, I want to plant meadow. Right, so this time it's created a bit more of a cliff, but we can smooth that out. We can smooth up to there and sort of get this working a bit better. I need to any goat will climb up that, so we need to smooth that out and get that away from the fence there. Yeah, I probably need to try and maybe build some kind of roadway up to the top here to get this to work. But yeah, not great, but certainly better than last time. So let's get with this, and I want to smooth, and I want a large area smooth. Sort of try and smooth that down. Definitely want to smooth this corner. And make it smaller. Try and lower this down, so get that all lowered down. Till our fence comes back, and then we'll smooth that over. And yeah, then I'm gonna have to rise stuff in the middle here. So in fact, we got this here. So set the slope 2 points there and there. No, there and there we go. That should do it better. God, this is using quite a bit of money, but I hope it's worth it. Right, and then smooth. See if that works. Certainly that is better than the last attempt, and I might refund the money for the last attempt because that was a bit of a mess. It's very steep up to here now, but we've made it, and we've got hay into there, so that will do that. I am still very disappointed that I was unable to build it at the bottom. The whole point of this area was to try and build it at the bottom there, and it just doesn't seem to have worked. So not much I can do about that, other than refunding. I think it was 40,000. So we are going to refund that, and I'm going to do that transparently. So I rarely do this, but yeah, that was a mess to start with. So 40,000 back in the bank. That's roughly what we spent on that first failed one, and that makes things that little bit more yeah, a little bit more fair, I think, overall. In all that hubbub, this contract has completed, so we want to fold this up and send it on to its second field, which is field 9. I'm going to get the other side of these metal posts because it had a bit of a problem with those last time. And we'll set this off on the second field. Our rice, we need to get that planting as well. So this here, field 9 is just over here. So create job there. And I think we'll try and set it this corner here and start. And that is off on its way for that job. And our planter has also finished on here. It's got a tiny bit of rice left, so I'm going to get this actually to empty out before it goes and does the next one. I think this must have been finished for a little while as well, so I basically missed all of my hired workers getting finished in all of that mess. So not overly happy about that, especially considering how much we still have to do today. But let's get this going and doing in that field there. And with that over there, I think we will go and move the tray of rice that we've got down on that first field. We're going to move that up to the upper field. So when that inevitably runs out in a minute, it'll have some rice there ready to go. And in fact, it ran out even before I got here, which is crazy. There wasn't that much in here, but it was enough that it needed, that it ran out pretty quick. So we'll just come up here and reload that. So reload with the rice. Doesn't want to do it actually while it's on the forks, which is a little bit weird. So let's just drop it off and back it off. Right, maybe that will work now. Yep. I think that is ready to load up. Reload. There we go. I had to maneuver around a bit to get it to actually load up with the rice pallets. All filled. Let's get this positioned back here so it's not doing funny stuff like it was last time. And restart the hired worker. And away that goes. So now we're going to see if we can actually get this tractor to push this animal trailer up that hill with all of our goats in that we need to get transferred from one to the other. We're going to move all of the goats that are nearing reproduction because I think we can probably take more goats in the new paddock. So let's just bring this here. Oh, we did have an open animal dialogue there. There it is. So anything that is good. So move that to the trailer and the 23 months to the trailer and the 18 months. Are those... I think we'll leave the younger ones. So these are the older ones that we're going to be selling soon that are also fairly close to reproduction. So we'll move these 10 into the new pen. That should double their numbers to 20. And then as we get more older goats, we can move them up there to reproduce as well. And should be all good, I think. I don't know how well that will go, but we'll see what happens. And now we've just got to see if we can get this animal trailer reversed up to the top here. This pen is definitely completely opposite to what I was hoping for this. I was hoping for an easy setup here, and this is far from that, but we have got them up here. So move all of these. Yes. Okay, and move all of these. Right, we just need to refill both pens now with water. This should be much easier than actually transferring them across. Just, yeah, just straight up here, bring it round and unload it. It's very rough on this hillside, but it is what we need. It's the area that we need for the goats. I didn't have a look at what the actual capacity of this is. The other one I think was 31. What's the capacity of this goat pen? It is 30. So we can actually only hold one less goat in here. We could probably have held 40 if it actually emptied, or it actually allowed me to set it up where I wanted to set it up. And then the rest of the water can go in here. So let's unload that, and that'll keep them going for a little bit longer as well. And that is that field finished and planted. So top half of 31. Strictly speaking, that means that we've only done one field so far of our 4 fields. So yeah, let's get this one going as well, and we'll go and check on the weeding contract, I think, which is doing well. Yeah, this is going along here. And again, with this, with no visible weeds, it's much better getting the hired worker to get this job done. I just wouldn't know where I was or how effective I was being. Now that our goats are started off and are going, I think this is probably a good place for us to split this day into 2. We will pick up next time. We will get the rice finished planting, and we'll also pick up the contract, and we'll probably move on to the next day as well. We've got a little bit left on the weeding on this field here over on field 9, so we're going to let the hired worker finish this off. In the meantime, we have a whole load of the rice still to get planted. So what we're going to do is we're going to take over from the hired worker here, and a lot of what we're doing today is very much going to be getting this finished. So let's do that and start that up and get this down. So that means that we should get all of our rice in. Very much this was what I was avoiding doing myself last time, because I had a feeling that we'd probably end up doing this for this video. We have a decent amount of solid fertilizer left. We actually have a decent amount of rice left, rice saplings left as well in here. And we've got 2 more fields to do. So we've got our main field 31 done, both of those parts. We then have fields 28 and 27 left to do on top of finishing this one off. So getting this finished off should be fairly quick. I think we're probably going to have to refill our rice again before the end of that, but that's sitting just at our greenhouse on the side of this field, so we should be able to do that fairly quickly and then get on to the last two. I don't think we're going to need to put any more fertilizer into this though, so we should be pretty good from that standpoint. And just looking over what we've got as far as contracts goes, there's a bale wrapping contract to be fairly good, I think, and there's a couple of hoeing contracts that are probably fairly good as well. So I think we might switch over to those. We might get this done. Well, we'll finish this field off, and I think I might time-lapse the other two fields just so that you guys can see everything going in. I think that would work out pretty well for us. We have a limited amount of time left today, though, because it's already 23 minutes past 4 in the afternoon, or 23 minutes past 3 in the afternoon. So we'll see where we are at the end of this field, and we might slow the time down a little bit, just to give us enough time to get stuff across for the rest of this video and get stuff done. We are out of rice, I've just realized, so let's go refill this and we can continue on. So as I said, we've got a whole load of pallets of rice here. Last time it picked up from in the middle, so I'm going to try and situate myself at the end and take this full rice pallet off the end here. But took it from the third one along. That's a little bit weird. Right, let's refill the rest of this then. Yeah, it doesn't seem to want to refill from here. No, it's taking from the third one along. I think they must be the wrong way round for this to refill. I have discovered this is a little bit of a strange issue we have with the rice pallets. It all depends on how you approach them as to which side you approach them from as to where they refill. I've slowed the time down to 3 times just to give us time to do stuff, and I realize now actually that the contract screen and the contract indicator at the top right has disappeared. So we'll get to the end of this row, and I'm just going to pull over here, and our case here has finished. That's perfect. So we'll fold this up, and I think we don't have any other weeding contracts that we can take on. Let's just have a look in here. Yeah, we've got 2 hoeing contracts that will run off the same tractor. Otherwise, it's bale wrapping and it's bale wrapping and spraying and wood transport. So I think we'll get the hoeing contracts out of the way, and by the time these 2 are done, we should have enough to then go. Oh, we should have finished the rice, and we can go and do the bale wrapping. So let's borrow the items for that one. Let's complete both these weeding contracts. So we'll collect on that and collect on that. And then I also want to accept that one. Okay. Then we'll start this tractor up. We made 14,000 off that, so that was a decent amount. We've got Case AFS 185 on this. So we'll do field 14 first, and then we will move over to field, I think it's field 22, which is right next door to us. Again, we're going to get this doing, we're going to get this working with a hired worker. So we'll pick that tractor, we'll create job. We will head over to field 14. I think our best bet is this corner down here. So let's set that going like that and start job. And then that can go off and get that job done. So with those going now, we should be able to get this finished fairly quickly. I think I've got maybe a row or 2 to go before we're on the headland. We're already down though to 38% of the rice left here. That is going through it fairly quickly. Yeah, 2 more rows to go before the headlands. We'll make a decent amount more off those 2 hoeing contracts. I mean, the one up here, we've got field 29, which is just, in fact, that's the one right there next to field 28. So as that one will come up here and that will do the hoeing on there. That is not going to make a huge amount of money. The one that is the first contract we sent it to, field 14. That's going to make nearly 5,000. So it'll be over 5,000 once both contracts are done. And yeah, we'll get everything planted over here and in as well. That is going to place us in a very good position. And we never know, this week might see the release of Calmston. And as I'm moving over to there, I'm still umming and erring. I've got a couple of series ideas for that. We might do a Saving the Farm series. I'm very tempted to do that. We might just take what the excess that we earn off here and go and move that over there as well. Maybe sell this farm up and see how much money we get from this farm to take to the next one. That would be really good. If we did that, we would have to immediately sell the rice, I think, rather than processing it this year. Not the end of the world. Obviously wouldn't make quite as much off it, but we're not as desperate to make the money. And I think we've probably got £500,000 to £1 million available on here. So that would be a really good starting amount to get going on Calmston. But let me know what you think in the comments. I'm really interested in what type of series you'd like to see me attempt on Calmston, and we will go from there. Refilling again, we made it just back to this end of the field. So let's bring this over here and refill. Oh, now it's taking from the end pallet. That's really interesting. I've approached this from a slightly different angle, and it's taken the whole of that end pallet from there. I think we've got enough there. So let's switch our greenhouse for rice saplings. We are going to switch that over to selling. Yeah, so we can sell going onwards. And we've got plenty of water in there. But yeah, that is enough rice sapling pallets, I think, for us to get the rest of the farm done. We've only got 2 more fields to go. And that should be plenty. So back down to here. Turn this back on. Back into this row here. Down. Forwards. And away we go. We'll have this field finished in no time. Now, just taking a look at our preserved food factory, because I'm interested how much rice we've got left. We've still got 5,655 litres of rice left in there. So that is 6 months worth of processing has got rid of a huge chunk of our rice. I think we might have it all processed by the next harvest. But of course, that kind of backs up what I was saying a minute ago about us needing to get all of the rice sold rather than processed next year. Maybe, just maybe, we could get it all processing on Calmston. That would be an interesting start, to have a preserved food factory going through and processing the rice that we have from here on our next series. I don't know. Oh, that's an interesting conundrum, exactly what we do with the rice at the end of this. And there was enough rice here to finish off that last load, or that last headland. So now we'll turn that off. I'm going to get this refilled, and we'll move on to field 28. We are 80% of the way through the hoeing, so that tractor is going to need moving in a minute as well. And yeah, we did get a new pallet spawn here, so let's refill, and it is going to take it from that one. And actually, that's going to fill up pretty well. That's filled us up to 91%. Very happy with that. So we're going to go the other side of the road now. Any cars? No, and no. Perfect. And yeah, I think we're going to do a couple of time lapses to get these last 2 fields done. And then if we have any time today, we might go and get ourselves a baling contract and get a little bit more money from that wrapping. There we go. That is both fields planted with the rice. It is just gone 6 p.m. in the evening. So that has worked out really well, actually. That's got that finished off. End of the day, the rice is all planted and done. So I'm just going to go and park this back in here. And we also have our contracts have finished as well. So we'll be able to sort that. We only used about 65% of the fertilizer. So that's pretty good. I'm very pleased that we've only used that much fertilizer. We'll fold this up and get this out of the way. I think we're pretty much done for the day, though, as far as work around here. As I said, it is gone 6 in the evening. I was considering doing another contract, and getting that bale wrapping going. But to be honest, I think we're rounded off fairly well. I don't know, we might end up with a slightly shorter than normal video as a result, but it was really a case of getting things finished off and done. So if we bring this tractor here, I'm just going to stop that there. Right, let's complete this contract. And so that is going to give us, yeah, just under 5,000. So collect on that one. And just check there isn't another hoeing contract before we go and do that. No, there's a massive weeding contract, though. And I don't think I can take that on. We don't have enough time today. So we'll collect those two. And we've not done badly today at all. We're at 62,000. We did have that little bit of a hiccup with the goat pasture last time. I'm just going to jump in this. I think we might have a couple of bits and pieces to sell just to pop the money up a little bit more. But all in all, it's been a very productive day. We're out the sunny side of April, and we're going to then be going into May. We're probably going to have some more products to sell. I think we're going to end up with having to do some fertilizing, maybe. In fact, no, I don't think so. I think normally our fertilizing is pretty good on our rice fields. So I don't think we're going to have much to do there. We're going to have a little bit of a bump up here. And yeah, we're going to have to start evaluating the farm soon. I think we might, if we're lucky, have one more week on this farm. And then off to pastures new as we head to England and get working on an English farm. I think Calveston is going to be a very interesting series to do with what I have planned. But let me know what you think I should do on Calveston in the comments. For now, we are up to 64,000 in total. We've got the products that we have today done, gone. We're really kind of getting finished up here on Hutan Pantai. We have really to fill our greenhouses with water. They're all running a little bit low. We're going to start with the mushroom greenhouse here. The other greenhouses are going well. In fact, yeah, we're going to have several runs around with this, getting these all filled up. We've run out of water in our main greenhouse, so that's a little bit of a problem at the moment. So that needs refilling up and keeping the Napa cabbage coming. I think we can turn pretty much everything else off in there. We've got a huge amount of all of the other stuff to make our kimchi. So let's just empty that out. And if we have a look in our productions, yeah, you can see we've got lots of chili peppers, lots of garlic, lots of spring onions. Napa cabbage, though, is getting lower. So we'll head into our greenhouse. I don't think we're actually... Yeah, we don't need the chili peppers active. We don't need the garlic active. And we don't need the spring onions active. There's plenty in there to distribute as and when it's needed. In fact, there's way more than even the place users. And then the Napa cabbage, we can just keep that going. That's nice and active as well. The greenhouse itself, though, yeah, we're a long way down on the water. Rice saplings, we can fill that up. That won't take much. And same with the medium mushroom greenhouse. Dairy is still producing stuff. We've not run out of anything for there, so that's still going. And then we've just got our preserved food factory, which, as I said, is running things quite nicely. I've turned off the spinach bag because we are out of spinach now. And yeah, we're really ready to sort of sell more stuff off from our preserved food factory. I think we've got 1,000 litres of beetroot, preserved beetroot in there to do, and there's a few pallets sitting outside, so we've got a little bit of money coming in from that today. So I'm going to go around a few times and just top everything up, and while I'm doing that, I think we might get some contracts started. Now, there's not a lot of contracts that are paying very well today. We've got 2 hoeing contracts, 1 in farmland 3 and 1 in 36. So I'm going to borrow the items on 3. Okay. And we will also take the hoeing contract on 30 on That's a mowing. That's a mowing contract. That is the wrong contract. Is that? That is hoeing and hoeing. No, I have got the right one. Good. I thought I'd read mowing there. Right. And then we want to go and jump into this tractor. And we can get this started going on the hoeing contract. We'll do the close one first on 36 and then get it moving over to field 3. If we're lucky, another hoeing contract will come up and we'll be able to get that one done as well. This 6R is a very nice tractor. There we go. Nice and sturdy, this 6R. So we're going to select that then, and we're going to create a job, and we'll just put it straight onto this field here and start job. And that is immediately off because it's a really, really easy one to get to. And with that going, we've now finished up the greenhouses and everything around here. So we'll just empty this out. This should be the last load to go into this greenhouse. Yeah, there we go. And that might just be enough water to go and do the goats as well. So I'm going to head up here and get them refilled. Make sure they're happy. Now, the milk up here is precariously positioned for these goats. I think I'm going to have to try and flatten that out. I thought it wouldn't actually unload the goat's milk where it has, but that is, yeah, we need to kind of try and bring this out here without causing lots of issues, but I don't quite know how that's going to happen. But yeah, that is very precariously over there. I've no idea how we're going to get the front loader up there to get that collected, but we'll see what we can do. We'll unload this water, and yeah, that's all done. And I don't think that's going to be enough to top up the other goats fully, but we'll just empty it out and it'll be complete, and that should do us very nicely at that point for all of our stuff to keep going. We are in a very good position, I think, going into our final harvest on here. We should make a really decent amount of rice off here. In fact, one thing we do need to go and do now is if I head back up here, we need to make sure all of our rice fields get watered. So I'm going to head here and we're going to get this rice. We're going to start this up and get this all watered. So flood this field, please. And there we go. Over to the second one. Probably shouldn't have put all of the bushes in here. A roadway down here would have been quite useful. So we'll flood this field. And that's got that one done. And then I'll go round the bottom and work my way back up to the main farm. And this field here, this field of sunflowers, this has a fertilizing contract on it. So I think it might be wise to go and take that on as well, actually. That'd be a nice quick win, and it'll allow us to use up some of the fertilizer that we've got on the farm as well. So yeah, I think we might hook that onto our tractor here and go round and do that in a moment too. And now I just need to run down the side here and flood this field. We want to make sure that we get the best load of rice off of here as we can. Second to last pump. And we'll jump out here and just get that started. There we go. And then just one more up the top here. Our hoeing contract is 45% of the way through, so that's good news. And this here is just... Oh, I love our rice farm. This has just done us so well on here. Rice and goats has been an excellent thing to do here on Hutan Pantai. Oh, and looks like we've got something produced from our dairy today as well to sell. So this is a pallet of butter. Yep. So that's going to be our next job, I think, is to go and sell off our produce for today and see how much we can make off that. So we might as well start with our butter, seeing as it's the closest. Let's take that out and grab that there. It really is a lot of selling off and making sure that we're in a good position. We're probably going to end up jumping forward a couple of months. We jumped forward a couple of months this time. We jumped through May simply because there were no contracts in May. It was just completely barren. We had nothing over about 4,000 further that. Even this month, though, you know, we're similarly got very few contracts that we can do anything with, and as a result, we're not getting paid anywhere near as much as we were last year when we were sort of running through contracts all the time. Harvest has started though. There is a spinach harvest. It wasn't one that was worth doing today, but it is at least harvest time is coming, so there is that. But we are trying to get ourselves into a position where we're good to go. And I think a lot of people, or a lot of the comments so far on what on the question I asked last time, which is, you know, should we basically take the money that we've got on here, sell everything up, and use that money on Carmson, very much seems to be the way everybody wants me to go. So rather than doing this, we will see how much money we're left with, and that is going to be our budget for Carmston. I think we might end up with $1 million, quite possibly. We've got a decent amount of equipment on here, and a decent amount of land and buildings and everything. So I think once we've sold everything up, we might have enough money to get a really decent sized farm started on Carmston Farm when that comes out. I'm kind of expecting at the moment that is going to be beginning of next week. I am currently planning two 12-hour streams this coming weekend to celebrate my 4 years as a Twitch partner. So I hope people will come and join me for that. But yeah, so Thursday's episode on here, I'm kind of expecting to be the last episode in this series. We're going to get the last rice harvest done, and we'll then sell up. We'll see how much we have, and then when Carmston drops, hopefully in the next week or so, we can then go straight into that. If not, then I might do a few tutorials and things just sort of to bridge the gap. But we'll see where we are, and we'll see what we're doing. Hopefully it's going to be, my hope is that it all goes through and we can start on that series next week. Inoki are sold, and we are up to 76,000. So sold products today, if we have a look at our finances, we have made 13,000 today by the looks of things. Yes, sold products. We last month in May we skipped, so we lost money. 14,000, 14,000, 14,000. So we've been making a decent amount of money every month. Our last time we paid loan interest is well before February. So we've gone into this year really strong. We're not quite making the 50 grand a month we were before when we were trying to pay off the loan, but we are still making a very, very healthy amount of money on this farm. And yeah, I think we could easily end up with over 100,000 in the bank for before we even start selling anything off. Contract is finished over here on this field, on field 36. So let's select this tractor, create a job. We're going over to field 3 this time. We'll start it in that corner because I think that's the best unencumbered corner, and start that job. We will have a look at our contracts. This one, yeah, this one does not have anything attached to it, so we can collect that. That's perfect. Any new hoeing contracts? We got mowing, which is where I made my confusion last time, but otherwise not really. Oh, we finally have a 14,000 harvesting contract, though. That is on field 4 for spinach. How far are we into our day? It is 9:55. So I think we can borrow the items on this and crack on with that contract there. And as our hoeing contract, our hoeing tractor goes past, I'm going to go and get the spinach harvester started. This might produce enough spinach today for us to actually get things done. In fact, what I might do is take that second spinach contract as well and use that harvester on this field too. One thing I don't quite understand is we are harvesting this field here and we haven't even got to the field and we're 3% done. That's a little bit weird. I'm slightly worried about that and what that is going to mean overall. But we'll get this into the field here. And then I'm going to hit the hired worker. The hired worker is just repositioning. And then I'm hoping is going to get going on this. And while that's doing that, yeah, I am going to go and get the second harvesting contract, which is this one here, which is also spinach. Not a very big field, this. But if we borrow the items on that as well, we can go and get the second harvester going round. And we'll use our own assisted steering on this. Okay. Yeah. And we'll do this second harvester. We'll run this ourselves behind the first one. And then we can have these two harvesters running at the same time. Hopefully, we'll end up with getting this field done a lot quicker as a result. There's two very different setups for the actual equipment on this. So this is the bigger contracts equipment. We've got a 6R and we've got a big crone trailer. And then we've got the little Iseki tractor and one of the Rudolph trailers for the second contract. I'm going to take this one over for the first contract and we'll do that. The hired worker harvester at the moment is faffing around in the corners a lot. So I need to let that get a little bit ahead and then we'll be in a good position to continue on, I think. And yeah, hopefully it won't faff around too much and we won't get too start-stoppy in here because we really need to crack on with this. We've got plenty of time to do it. But I want to make sure that we aren't mucking around too much. Hoeing contract is finished again. So let's complete that contract, collect that. Okay. While I wait for the hired worker to do another silly set of maneuvers in the corner, one thing I can do actually is set my own tractor doing a very local contract. We really want to try and use up the stuff we've got kicking around the farm. We've got a fertilizing contract on 29, not worth much money. We can just accept the contract. And then, yeah, that's gone off to do that. We can leave this here. And the AI harvester, or the AI worker, has finished mucking around with the harvester in the corner. So I can now continue on. The other harvester, the AI, is now just trying to wander around the field, clear up corners, and get moving again, whereas I'm now going round and just harvesting the crop. After going around this field twice, I'm just over 2/3 full, so I think we'll get one more headland done off here before we have to empty. Harvester is 95% full and the other one is still just mucking around in the corners. We're on we're on headland 4 and I think that's still mucking around on headland 2. We might make it fairly close, although 35,000 I think is the limit on this harvester. Yep, there we go, 35,000. Yeah, that is just sitting there harvesting corner bits that it doesn't need to harvest. It is being, yeah, very pig-headed and just doing pretty much whatever it wants. Actually, with 35,000 liters leaves this pretty full. I wonder if we can unload the hired worker as well. And oh, it is going to be enough. Just under. Wow. That had 14,532 liters. I rest this in, and that should top this trailer off. There we go. And this needs to go to is the harbor grain elevator loading position. We're going to put on this edge of the field like so, and looping. Right, start job. So I've had to take control of our carting tractor. It got a little bit stuck in the streets of Hutan Pantai, and we'll tip this here and see exactly how much we end up with. All gone in, and 26%, so 4 trailer fulls is going to do this. The other harvester has joined me, but it is harvesting a row that doesn't have any crop on it. This is hilarious. So as I'm coming to the end of this row, what I'm going to do is pull away with this harvester and just let the AI decide where it's going to start cutting. Now that it's finished behind me, we'll see if it actually does start harvesting the field. In fact, well, we'll see what happens. I think it will end up probably going around the headland once more. Off around the headland once more, trying to clean up, which is slightly annoying. Meanwhile, our tractor and trailer are getting stuck on the roadways again. That in mind, I'm wondering if it's better to get this tractor and trailer doing stuff. And this is not going to take anywhere near a full tank, but we're not getting full tanks up very quickly. And that is not a full trailer, interestingly. Oh, it's actually doing something useful. It's actually lining itself up to start harvesting field. And now I can tell where I can start cutting. So I'm going to start cutting in around here-ish. Stay well out of its way. Okay, so this field is weird. Look at that. That has given me just a very strange setup. I'm having to turn in crop to get this done. So with enough in this now, I'm just going to top this trailer up. We'll then select this here, create job, deliver, harbor grain elevator, start position here, right, and start job. And I can see that heading off at the top corner of the field now. To me, like, the harvester doesn't skip rows. It just tries to keep going along the same path until it hits crop again. I wish it didn't just do that. Cleared out most of the first bit of this field. Now we get to see what the hired worker does with such a large area already cleared out. Whether it's going to keep trying to go where it is. See what happens. No, it is actually turning around and continuing to try and do areas it's already done, or areas that have already been done. So I'm just going to bring it over here. Start here, down with this, into here, right, and keep going, please, so that I can finish that other bit. And it is actually doing the area I've set it to do. That's actually surprising. And I am just about full. There we go. That should about do it. I'm going to empty this out and then set this hired worker off to go and tip again. We'll fold this down, start this up, header down on our course, and away we go. And it looks like the other harvester is just going to follow behind us. We're 45% delivered for this field now, so our trailer is actually delivering slightly under, 2 trailers are delivering slightly under what we were delivering with 1 big trailer. I think that might be in our favor overall. But looks like our other harvester actually is behaving itself and has worked out it needs to be in that crop there in order to be harvesting. So this is going a lot smoother than it has been. Both my harvesters have their lights flashing. They're nearly full. In fact, this one is going to be full any moment. So there we go. Let's extend that. And I think I'm going to fill this because the other tractor isn't back yet. We'll hold a full one of these trailers because these two harvesters will easily fill this. And then the rest can go in the little tractor trailer. We'll cart with the little tractor trailer for the rest of today. We should end up with a decent amount of spinach in our packing plant and be able to cancel that second contract without a worry that we will have lost any spinach. So let's take the hired worker off this. We'll get the rest of the spinach from the second harvester. How full is our trailer going to be? I am hoping this is going to fill this up. It has. Perfect. Coming up to the end of the final row for this harvester, and the other harvester just has a single row to go as well. We've got 21,000 liters in this, which unfortunately is more than the capacity of the small trailer. So this has 17,000 liters. So we're good. Let's just back this up onto this row here, and we'll open that up as well. And then we'll load this trailer up first from this back one, which is the one that needs to be unloaded first, and then we'll unload front one. But this isn't going to take all of this, I don't think. No, we have 18,500 liters. So we'll go tip this, and we'll come back and we'll get a second. We'll get the second one. First trailer tipped, and we're up to 65%. Yeah, even with two from this, I think we're going to be nowhere near complete. The harvester is empty, just another 3,500 liters in that. And this, I think this one is still full. This harvester, well, this harvester has like 17,000 liters in, so I think it's still gonna have some in. Yep. I'm gonna send this tractor off again and get that tipping, and we're gonna bring this one along behind and get this tipped out as well. Is that blocked by an object, or is it just being silly with the harvester? It's just being silly with the harvester. Let's move this out of the way. Yeah, 2,517 liters left in this. Final trailer full from the Rudolph, and I reckon this will probably get us about 80% delivered. So that will actually mean 74% delivered. So most of this trailer, I think, is actually going to go in. Annoyingly, it looks like that 2,000 liters sitting at the field is pretty much all that we're likely to get off this. And if that's the case, I'm not going to worry about putting any of this into our factory. We're just not going to get the extra cash. Ready to stop this tipping. 98.99. 91% transported. Whoa. There we go. And 2% transported for 24. 15,000 liters. You know what? It's worth going back to the field and getting that remaining 2,000 liters because that isn't going to fill our factory, and it's going to give us lots of spinach to get our entire farm that little bit of extra profit. And having collected that 2,000 liters from the field, we are at 18,343 liters in here. That is a decent amount of spinach. That will keep that factory going for quite a while. That production will very nicely be filled with spinach, and we can get some more money out of this. And that bagged spinach actually makes us a really decent amount So we'll tip that all in there. We'll restart that production because, of course, we've only just turned the production of spinach bags off. But we will activate that. And yeah, with that all emptied, that contract is done. So let's cancel this one because we don't need that. And we're not going to be able to do it in time. We will collect the fertilizing contract that finished hours ago. And we will collect... we lose 779 for the lease of the equipment. But here, 13,706 for that contract. And that puts us on 95,000. So next time, pretty much guaranteed, we're going over the 100,000. And we should be doing our own rice contracts. For now, or our own rice harvest, sorry. Hello and welcome along. This is Virtual Farmer, and it is our final day here on Hutan Pantai. We are going to harvest our rice, start it processing through our production. As we clear fields, we're also going to sell them, starting off with field 31, doing field 30, doing field 28, and then finally field 22 at the bottom. We also are going to have to sell all our goats off today, and we also need to get all of the productions, everything through. So we are going to be starting this off with a hired worker here. Start up an AI worker, 3 headlands. I'm actually going to increase that to a 4th headland, I think. Yep, and okay that. And then we're going to grab this, which is our front loader, and we're going to start getting stuff sold off that we've got around the farm. Already, though, we're over 100,000. So I think, judging by how much our land is worth, we're probably going to end up with about 500,000. So that means since starting this farm, it looks like we're going to end up with making about £1 million in this whole series, which is not bad. Last pallet from our little production facility, and we're now up to 114,000. That's really good. Last set of mushrooms then, and our productions today have taken us up to 118,186. So looking good. We also need to sell off these pallets of saplings because we're not going to be using those either. These rice saplings not going to be worth a lot of money, so we will we'll get rid of them fairly quickly. We're selling rice saplings all the time out of that, out of this greenhouse. They don't give us a huge amount of money, despite the fact that rice saplings are worth a lot, because they don't generate very fast. Right, there we go. I'm gonna very carefully try and reverse out of this because I'm at a weird angle, but that's all good. And then we'll go and take these, get these sold. We're not going to get much money for these, and I think our rice harvester might be full by the time we come back. And like last time, we're coming up to the top here to the warehouse to sell these. So just drive these over. There we go. And, well, you know what? That's not too bad. That's 500 from those 4 pallets, which, considering that was only 88 litres of saplings, is quite a big price. Now, to maximize my profit with the goats, I am going to have to transport them all myself. We've got quite a few now, so let's not go and destroy any of the crop that we're harvesting today. Yeah, this might take a few trips to get this done, especially with the distance that the animal market is. Well, we can take those 5. Yes. Okay. Those 5. Oh, this might not take that long, actually. And so we can take 13 goats at a time. That actually is not too bad. I think we're in a pretty good position then of getting this done in maybe 3 trips. Up to the animal market then. I've got 3 here. That's going to be 525. These are 3-month-olds, so that's a decent price for those. We've got some 27-month-olds which those are going to make us 3,875. And then we've got the 36 months old. So these have hit best price. Yeah, 5,000 for those. Absolutely awesome. Our harvester has finished on the first rice field. It is still flashing that it needs to actually be refilled. So I think we'll take it up to the yard. We'll empty this rice into the trailer. Rain has started to fall, but this should be fine. And annoyingly, we don't seem to have anything for any fuel around here, which is annoying. I can't believe actually that well, no, we did refill our tractor once, but we were down at the fuel station for that. So while I'm supposed to be selling everything off today, we are going to grab ourselves a container, and I was kind of hoping there was 750. Yes, and we might as well put in a nice new fuel tank, I think. So this for 750 here will be perfect. And we're not going to put a huge amount in here. I don't think we need a massive amount. Yeah, 3,000 litres. I think 500 litres should be enough. 825. I am a little bit surprised I didn't have a fuel tank here, but we got a small farm. And we haven't really needed to get a lot of stuff refueled. Our equipment hasn't really hit that level where it needs refueling up until this point. So I can't remember if I can actually... Yeah, we can't harvest in the rain. Oh, this is a little bit annoying. How long is this rain gonna last? It's a short shower. Should be over by 1 o'clock. So I've filled up the trailer with another set of goats. Nothing anywhere near worth what we had before. And I think it's partly because, yeah, they've run out of food and water in here. So they're all looking not massively healthy, which is unfortunate. I don't know why they've run out, because they've run out of water, but they did have a load. So it's that's slightly annoying. And in actual fact, yes, we'll go and put them all into the other pasture, because the other pasture does have a full set of food and water, and that should get their health up in no time. And then while I wait for this rain to stop, I think we'll just pop down here. We'll grab the rice that we've got already, and we'll go and tip that. The rain is finally beginning to clear. I don't think we can... Yeah, it's still saying that it's going to reduce yield. So we're just waiting for that to finish off. But at least it's clearing now. And so I'm going to go and keep working around the farm. Try and get a few more bits and pieces sold off. We could probably start transporting some equipment. For example, the cultivator we're not going to be using again. That little trailer I don't think we're going to be using again. I think I might use the small flatbed actually one more time to go and sell those bales of hay we've got here. But I want to sell those off and the ones in the other pen. And that's the goat's milk into there. So that's good. Right, this rain had better clear up soon, because we need to crack on with this harvest. Finally, by 1:30, the rain is clear. So let's start this up, drop it down, in slightly, and away it goes. It'll reposition itself now. And yeah, that is all good. It's putting that out because it thinks the trailer's there. And it's going to miss a whole row out at the edge of this field. We're going to have to do some serious cleanup with how this harvester is acting right now. One thing I can start doing is dismantling this goat pen. So let's go into build mode, and we should be able to demolition mode. Sell the sheep pen for 6,549. Yes, we do. And that area now is completely clear. This goat pen has never been exactly what I wanted it to be. It's one of the failures on here. I'm not a huge fan of this giant slope. I would much rather if this had been down the bottom here. I think I needed to plan things a little bit better than I did with this, and maybe take that bottom tree there out. That might have helped push that on. Doesn't matter that these aren't aligned, but kind of just want to put that on there and that on there. There we go. I've had to trek all the way back up to the animal husbandry at the top here, up to the animal market, as this is the sell point for these bales. So we'll bring these in here, and we are going to just undo these straps. That one and that one. There we go. 1,642. Not massively worth it all this distance, but yeah, we need to head back down. Looks like the harvester has finished the field it was on, though. I am just gonna pop around the edge because it's missed a fair amount of this, but we can get it onto the third field, and it might be time to sell off our first field on here, as field 31, all of our work is complete. So we'll set this off into the next field, and meanwhile we can get field 31 sold off. So 81,216. We will sell that. Oh, we've got to sell. We have to sell the 2 rice fields first. So these actually have to be demolished. You can't leave rice paddies just working. So that's gonna make this area really barren and not very useful going forwards. So we'll sell both these off. Let that there. Yes, okay. And then we should be able to sell. Yes. Yeah, there we go. We're at 215,306. And now we're going to add a little bit more money to the pot as we bring this trailer in and get this dropped off as well. So undo that. I have no more use for this. Keep selling things off while this harvest is going. And that needs to be repaired. Yes. Repainted. Yes. 7,423. Sell that. Yes. Okay. Fantastic. With the trailer sold, I'm going to start selling off the other equipment as well. So the next thing we don't need is the cultivator. So let's bring this in to the shop over here and park it up. And do you know what? I'm tempted to sort of just dump them all here, but we'll do it as we bring them up here. So yes, and yes, repaint that. Again, 7,000. In fact, I think it's going to be more than that. A note 7,123. So sell that. Yes. Okay. We're up to 228,384. Next thing to sell is going to be our little fertilizer spreader. That is not going to be worth much money. Great little piece of kit. Really loved it. We're going to need something a bit bigger, I think, on Calmston. Yeah, we want to get this gone. We've got the water trailer and we've got the seeder as well. I might actually get that running down there on its own. So I'm going to set a destination on that and set that to drive down to the shop. And by the time we've got the rest of the stuff here down there and sold, that should have made it down there by that point. So we're down here with the solid fertilizer spreader, and I am just going to drop this off. We've still got fertilizer in it, but as I said before, we can't really sell the fertilizer, so we'll see if we get a rebate for it being in there. We are down at the shop with the water trailer. Also, our planter has come down here, so what we'll do is I'll probably send the tractor back to the farm, and we'll get all of these items sold. And this seeder here, this planter, should be worth quite a decent amount of money, I think, as well. It's got a few hours on it. It's only got 4 hours on it. I think this is going to be very useful to us. So let's see. Values before we start are 4,500, 12,600 or 12,700 nearly, and 1,300. That really isn't worth much. So we will repair, yes, and repaint, yes. 4,800 for the water trailer. Repair, yes, and repaint, yes. 18,530. I thought that was going to be worth more than that. And just repainting the little spreader. So 4,800 for the water tanker. Okay. 18,530 for the planter. And then finally 1,469 for the spreader. So now I can start selling off other things I don't need anymore. So the water tower, we have no use for that. That is gone. The pressure washer, can I not sell that from here? I might not be able to sell that from here. I'm not going to take that all the way down to the shop. What have we got around here as well? We're going to have to sell off all the buildings, but I'm going to sell off the workshop. Yes, and we're going to sell off the fuel tank that we have just bought. But that needs to go as well. That's still in use. We've got our sheds still in use. And yeah, all of those are still in use. End of today, we need to sell off the generator. So that's going to give us 5,000. So that's good. And I think looking over, that's everything for now. So field 30 is complete. We've got 71% in our harvester. I've gone round and cleared up the ends. So what I want to do now is move the harvester off here. Now that the harvest is finished over here on field 30, we can sell off this. So let's go into demolition mode and select the field. Yes, we want to remove the rice field. There we go. And now we should be able to sell this one as well. So come and sell field 30, 43,824. So we will sell that. Yes. And we're up to 302,000. Interestingly, part of our rice field there does encroach into our main area. Now, looking at where our goat field is, I wonder if we can also sell off farmland 79 here. 71,688. Let's see if this will sell or whether the goats here actually encroach on it. Yes, yeah, we can sell that as well. So we're up to 373,728. It's got pretty dark now, so I think what I'm going to do is move forward to the morning, and then we'll continue on in this harvest in the morning. We'll get the goats sold off, we'll get the final field harvested, and then we can do our final sell-off of all of the products that are going to get output. And it's now the following morning, and our harvester has just about finished off this field. I think, in fact, that is the final row. So we will jump in, turn it on. Much cleanup to do on here. Yeah, we've got a little bit. So there's some up around this end. A lot less on this field than we had on the others. Let's load up our first set of goats then. Yeah, all the goats are back up to 100%, and that is a much better price for all of those. We'll take this first lot now. We'll go and get these sold, starting with the oldest ones so that we don't get a surprise reproduction. And we'll go sell these off, and then we can sell the goat paddock and the return this trailer, because I think this is leased, this legal trailer. First trailer of goats then up to the animal market, and that is going to sell for 2,625 for one set, and the 23 months will sell for 3,375. And now that we have completed the rice harvest over here on field 28, we can delete this field. So let's remove that. Yes. So that is now just an empty field. These here, these need to remain for now. Yeah, there's not really much more we can do. The rice harvester actually isn't going to go back into the shed. So this shed can now be sold. Yes, okay. And the rest of that needs to remain for now. Second load of goats then. And we've got 500 for the 60 months, so 2,500. Yes, okay. And 375, so 1,875 for the 11-month-old. Final set of goats to sell from our farm, and we can just open that, and they are, yeah, 175 for the 2-month-olds. Still, those wouldn't have existed, and the 4-month-old, we've only got 2 left, so that is going to be 400. And there we go. That is all of our goats sold. So now I need to go and return this animal trailer, and we can get rid of the goat paddock. Both pallets of goat's milk, 295 in this one, 1,000 in the other, and it looks like we've run out of space in the dairy. That's quite good. That be full. That's going to take a little while for all of that to go through. And our harvester is finished as well, so we'll get that unloaded and we'll send that up to the shop. And that is our last rice field done. So we've just got to sell that now as well. So into the build mode. Demolish. Yes. Yes. Rice field gone. So grab that. Set destination. That can go and join the tractor up at the shop. And then we'll get this animal trailer returned. I don't have a pressure washer up here, so we're going to have to just drop this off. We can repair it. We can't wash it, so we won't get our full base price back. Repair it. Yes. We don't need to repaint, so return it. Yes. Okay. And we got 23, 58 washing costs, but £500 base return costs. Right, I'm going to send this tractor back up to the farm, and they should cross places, and we can finish things off. We need to work out what we've still got up here and what we've got to sell. So we have a trailer full of rice. This needs to go into our production. We'll get that unloaded. Another 4,454 liters. I think once this is done, though, this might be the last things we need the tractor and trailer for. I think after that, we may just need our front loader. And that is done. Right. If there isn't anything else we have need for this up here, then it's probably time to send this down to the shop as well, ready to go. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else up here. That is all processing, and everything else here is done. Right, let's send this down to the shop then. And that just leaves selling off any remaining stuff from our production. So we can't sell off the main farm or the area at the side here until these productions are all clear. I'm going to clear out anything we currently have ready, and then we can just set all these productions to run, and we'll move forward as many months as we need to until everything's run out, or we have a blockage, i.e. there's not any more space. I think we're going to have plenty of space, though, in here by the end of this, and I think we're going to hit 400,000 before the end of today as well, which is just going to give us such a full setup going into Calmsden. And this is the thing, so the way I'm going to work Calmsden is going to be a start from scratch series. Like this one, we are going to start with a £500,000 loan. We will get a boost from this farm, though, so we'll get the extra money from building this farm. And the idea will be to get the £500,000 loan paid off by the end of the series. We could instantly pay it off, but I want to give myself a chance to get a farm set up and get it working pretty well. I don't think we will have a massive problem getting that sold off. It really is going to be a case with Calmsden of how much money can we make by the end of the series. That is 404, 406,000, and this spot is empty. So let's go get the mushrooms and get them in here as well. Just the 2 pallets of mushrooms today, the oysters and the enoki. So this will throw it up to maybe 409, I think, possibly 410. No, 408. Not quite as much as I thought it was going to. We'll get this shed sold off. That is that shed there. Let's sell that. Yes. Okay. And I think that is everything that we can sell off for now. We have not yet sold this, so we need to sell this paddock, this pasture. So that can be sold as well. There. Yep. Sell the pasture. Okay. That is that gone as well. We're up to 420,000 now. And yeah, once our vehicles are down at the shop, we'll get them sold, and then we're going to move forward in time until all of our productions are empty, and we can make some money. And we'll see how long it takes for all these productions to complete their processing. So it's time to say goodbye to our trusty Izeki tractor. This has been an absolute trooper, this whole series. I think this is our second one we had. We bought this one secondhand, saved us a little bit of money. Very, very pleased with that. That has been a brilliant little tractor. So we're going to repaint that for 19,000. We're going to repair it for 3,000. But we're going to get nearly 60,000 back for it. So there we go. And then same here. Repaint the trailer, repair the trailer, and we're going to get 6,000 back for that. Yes, okay. Our rice harvester, though, that with only 5.6 hours on it, can we get 70,000 for this as well? That would be awesome. So paint condition is going to be 19,000. Repair, yes. And yeah, 65,000. So not as much as the tractor, actually. Sell that, yes. Okay. And we are over 500,000. So back at the farm here with everything else sold. Really, it's now a case of having this. We'll turn this off. How much fuel do we have in it? Plenty. All we need to do now is see how many months it's going to be before all of our productions are complete. This might take a little while. Currently, our productions, we have a full goat's milk, and we're creating butter, goat's milk, and goat's cheese. Greenhouse for rice saplings, that has plenty of water, so that will keep producing and selling those. Medium mushroom house, that has a decent amount of water. Preserved food factory has tons going, and then yeah, we're going to get the rest of this. I am going to set the chili peppers to selling, and I'm going to set the spring onions to selling as well, and the other one is the garlic. We'll change that to selling too. Is that going to output those? I was hoping that was going to output those. Maybe there isn't the space. Maybe we need to get those sold today. Yeah, we'll get those ones sold today, clear this out, and then that means that we are all clear on this. In fact, how much have we got left in those? Let's not sell those. Let's change that to distributing. Let's change the spring onions to distributing as well. And we want the garlic to output. That way we've got some extra if we need it for the Napa cabbage. Meanwhile, yeah, we'll get some extra money in from these chili peppers and this garlic. Selling that before we finish as well. So we had 2 pallets of each of those out. That is actually really cool. A little bit extra money that I didn't expect to have. But I think we're now nicely set up. With that, I think we'll park this up down here, ready to unload this, and we'll go through get everything processing through. And as I said, we'll go forwards until either this is full or any of our other stuff is full or everything has run out. So yeah, time to move forward in time and see how much more we're gonna make. It's a year later now and lots of stuff has processed and run out. One problem we've got is the rice rolls have maxed out, so we're gonna have to sell a whole load of stuff. We can't process any more rice as it stands at the moment, so I'm gonna try and clear this out. We're down to 510,000, but that's all fine. We kind of expected, so yeah, we need to get through that. The only thing that's really holding out is this preserved food factory. This still has quite a way to go, and our dairy with the goats taking so long to get through all the goat's cheese. It's quite an extreme thing, that goat's cheese. So yeah, but lots of products coming out a year on, and we still haven't processed everything. Is a little bit crazy. This appears to be the last pallet out of here. We are up to 579,000. Final 2 pallets of mushrooms, and we are up to 588,000 in total. There are only 6 pallets out of the dairy in a year, so that's approximately a pallet every 2 months. That is, wow, really low production speed. And that means that the dairy is still running. The greenhouse, the rice saplings, that's done. We can sell that. Mushroom greenhouse is done. We can sell that. Preserved food factory still going. And the small greenhouse, that is also done. So with these 3 done here, we can sell this for 7,500. We can sell this for 5,000, and we can sell the rice saplings greenhouse as well for another 1,350. We'll probably have to sell the farmhouse and everything as well. That will bring us in a little bit more, and away we go again. Another 5 months passed, and we are finally fully processed. Our dairy has run out of goat's milk, but surprisingly, the holdout was the kimchi. We still had a whole load of Napa cabbage, and you can see if we had more Napa cabbage, we would still have chili peppers, garlic, and spring onion that we could use. But now it's time to sell off the rest of this. Get the last bit of money in. We are at 625,000, and yeah, we'll just finish off this and see where we end up. Our last pallet of kimchi from here. That finishes off everything in our production. So now we just have anything left over in the dairy to go and collect, and I'm not expecting this to be very much. This should be maybe 3 pallets, going by the amount that we had before. It's looking very barren around the farm now. I can't believe that it's taken nearly a year and a half though. I'm just going to stack this on top in case it puts a 3rd one out. But it looks like it's not going to. I think that might be it then. 640,881. Right, let's send this down to the shop so that we can sell this off in a moment. And in the meantime, I am going to set up so that we can... Oh, I'm going to go through and sell the rest of the buildings and the land that we have around here. We have our production facility here to sell. So preserved food factory, just under 15,000 for that. We've got our shop, which we get just over 4,000 for that. Then over here we've got our dairy, so we will sell that for just over 15,000. And I think that might be it. This building here sells as well, 3,311. Oh, no, we can't sell that apparently. And can we sell the house? No, we can't sell that either. So let's sell off our remaining land. 28 goes first. 30,000 for that. Yes. And 27 and 27. That goes for 108,000. We're already over 706,000. So sell that as well. We can't sell it without selling. Oh, I've missed an item. We must have got a full pallet of honey. We did, and I haven't sold it. Oh no. And I've got nowhere to sell it. That is crazy. I can't believe after all that I forgot to sell the honey, and now I don't have anywhere to sell it. We're gonna have to carry it on forks down to the town. That's a bit bad, especially it's 1,000 liters of honey. And I think we might be able to just drive this straight down through here into the farmer's market at the far end. Yeah, there's the sell point right there. So drop that off, and wow, we actually made nearly 3,000 from the honey. That is fantastic. And while our front loader heads down to the shop, we're going to try and get rid of the last couple of bits. I'm hoping it's going to be that. I'm hoping I can get rid of this. Yes. Okay. No, not easy. Apparently, I can't select that. Maybe the hives are all I needed to do. So let's see if we can actually sell this now. Yeah, I want to sell the objects, but I can't because it won't let me. Only objects it's showing me are that which I can't, that which I can't, and that which I definitely cannot select, which is very annoying. And that would be 108,552. So let's add that. 108,552. Add that in. And our front loader is now down at the shop. We have 881,552 at the moment. Turn this off. And we will repaint, yes. Repair, yes. Repaint, yes. Repair, yes. We get 47,000. We're going to get nearly 50,000 for this. So sell for 1,189 and for 47,767. And there we go, our total amount of money that we have to spend on Cobra Park Farm, on top of the £500,000 loan we're going to get, is 851,947. So that is going to give us a really good base to get us started. Hope you'll come and join me for that series, and I hope you've enjoyed this one. For now, all that remains is for me to say
thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.